Pappa Rodgers. That was a person that was on the Facebook, and they were discussing about the Idaho 4 case. And this is a video of type of things that they would post. Now, their last post was the day before Bryan got arrested. So, and then this person never posted again. Also, this person creeped a lot of people out, so they sat there and was like, hey, look, they had this was in a room. The group was University of Idaho Murders Case Discussion. And so Pappa creeped some people out, and moderators never got rid of them. Well, they ended up adding a new moderator, and the new moderator is who ended up removing Pappa Rodgers. Furthermore, there's some discussions of things that's totally wiped off and gone. So some people, one theory is, some people think that this Pappa Rodgers person, due to they stopped posting, but right before Bryan got arrested, and they haven't made a post since then, some people think that means it's Bryan. Some people think that this could be a law enforcement person. Some people think, and I look at this as, this is just a regular person who's either trolling type deal or getting into true crime topics. And so that's kind of how I look at it, because some of these questions is no different than what other people say. Now, there's one thing that's here. We're going to jump to it, and we're going to jump right back to Pappa Rodgers. But one thing in here, Pappa Rodgers mentioned, where is it? Here. Pappa Rodgers mentioned on November 30th, this is very important here, on November 30th, Pappa Rodgers made a post, and he says, of the evidence released, the K-bar, y'all can read this on the screen, has been consistent as a large fixed blade. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. This evidence was released prior to the autopsies. And great point, Christine. I'll be getting to that. So he made that post, or this account made that post. One thing to be clear, Pappa Rodgers on Facebook was a female account. Pappa Rodgers on the new X account that was made in January is a female account. Some people sat there and said that they wouldn't even consider the X account since it was a female. Well, I'm here to tell you that Pappa Rodger on Facebook was a female account. When they changed their avatar, their background image, it said Pappa Rodgers updated her image. And it said that. And that was on Facebook when they were active. Now, let me going back to remember this. Okay? So you have November 30th. Okay? If you say that this is your reason why you think that this could be the murderer, or that this is you think that this means it could be Bryan or something like that, I'm going to fill you in on something. if this is your smoking thing to saying that they tied together, this is November 30th. Let me introduce you to a Reddit post that has been scrubbed. This Reddit post ended up being scrubbed. And I actually pulled it up in my AI software and it found the article, but it was like, hey, look, this is totally scrubbed now. But this is an image. This was a screenshot. It was provided by Jennifer, what's her name? Jennifer Coffin Daffer, FBI. So, provided by her, she had a screenshot of this. Now, this reads backwards, okay? I don't know if you can read it. If you can't, I'll read it for you. Dan says she is former FBI. I appreciate that. If anybody wants to jump up, you are more than welcome to. But so, on November 16th, there was a discussion that started about the K-bar, as well as the Sheath. I'll read this off from you. This one comes from WWDBD. Again, November 16th. This is 11 days before this Pappa Rodger made his comment on Facebook, or her comment on Facebook. Okay? It says, if they are asking about a specific brand but don't have a weapon, then maybe they found some sort of sheath at the scene. Yada, 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 yada. Okay? November 17th, the next day, someone said K-bar knife sheath? Question mark. Okay? So that came from Ivy had lettuce. A few hours later, someone said, some people in here said they found the knife sheath. That's the next comment. November 17th. So if you're sitting here saying, man, this is really fishy that the Pappa Rodgers made that, and you think that means that Pappa Rodgers is the killer, well, I'm here to tell you, there was tons of other people who were already discussing it. That's why I'm not really pulled into this Pappa Rodgers is the killer. Now, it still could be. There's some other things that are set in here, but I feel that it's things that are not really different than what I see true crimers talk about. You know, some true crimers jump on to subjects long before anyone else. So that deals with the Pappa Rodgers here. You know, Pappa Rodgers sits there and says, you know, hey, they think that the killer is not the victim's immediate circle. You know, they think that, you know, that the killer went in and it was just, they were going to go after two people, but there ended up being found two other people. That's no different than what many other people were saying, you know. Could it be suspicious? Could it be creepy? That's up for you to decide. Wonder if they have a print on the sheath, or they do not have a print. What it is touch DNA. So nothing on the inside of it. They do have a blood, a blood spat or something or stain that is on the knife sheath. It does not match Bryan's. The touch DNA matched Bryan. So let me fill you in on we'll just leave this up for a moment. Let me fill you in on how they led to Bryan. Okay. Nation wants to come up. Give me just a second, Nation. Hold on. Let me turn my headset on. And then just give me a second so I can get all of my audio straightened out. And then, where's my multi-guest? Oh. Nation, if you want to come up, just let me know. Just submit another request and I'll let you come up, bud. So let me explain how they got onto Bryan according to the documents. They knew there was a suspect car. Let me see if I've got this in here. And I can just read it off to you because that's the text. That's what Dylan had. So, yeah, I do think it is very important to read this off. So, I'm just going to read it off. When I get done, if there's anybody in between the time that I'm reading this off, then and you want to come up, just wait till I'm done and then I'll let you. One question that someone just said, Zia just said, you think it was one of the girls' roomies. The one thing I'll say is they were investigated. So, but yeah, if anybody wants to come up, feel free to join. All right, so here we go. I'm going to start off with how they got Bryan involved. All right, so it says, this is the officer's police report on this. It says, as part of investigation, extensive... Let me see if I can make this bigger. Nope. Yeah, that's as nice and big as you're going to get. It's okay. All right, so it says, as part of investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as video canvas, was conducted in the area of King Road residence. This video canvas was obtained to obtain any footage from early morning hours of November 13th in the area of King Road and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspect's vehicle traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This camera canvas resulted in the collection of numerous video surveillance in the area from both residential and business. I have reviewed numerous videos that were conducted and have conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was obtained traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive at Moscow. So that's going on the way there. Thank you, everybody, for the gifts. I greatly do appreciate that. Now, I'm going to pause you right there. And there's a reason why I'm going to pause you. Because I'm going to bring something over to you. A lot of people get into this Hyundai Elantra, right? Well, I'm going to show you some other cars. And I'm going to ask you, which one is it? So give me just a second. To pull this stuff up. So is it this car? This, or hold on. Let me pull up let me pull up the image. So you can have a comparison, if you will. Okay. Here's the car that they have. Now, there's a cleaner look from Linda Lane, but it's still just as hard to tell. You know, it's a white car. You see how the headlights here. This was roughly going about 40 miles per hour, so that's why you have dragging here. Okay. Now, what took place with this car is they drive around several times, and I'll get into that in the police report. But I want to show you something. Do you think that this car, and I'll put this up here so you can see, and I'll take this and I'll put it down here. So do you think that that car right there that you're looking at matches? Which car do you think it is? Do you think that it's this car? Maybe this car. Right here. What about this car? Here. Maybe this car. Or maybe this car. See, this is where you have 6 vehicles that have similar features to the one above. Very similar layouts. See how this back window has right here? Very similar. Now, this is what they ended up matching it with. This is that's the Civic. Where's the Hyundai Elantra? I think that's the Toyota. That's the Kia. That one might be the Elantra. But they're very similar. Very similar. Each and every one of them. Like, literally, look, the Kia has this little back part just like this does. This, I'm going to assume that this is the Hyundai. I can't remember. But right here, it has it on that back part as well. Now, the Civic does not have it. This one doesn't seem to have it either. Well, no, it kind of does. Because that goes into a V and comes down. The Toyota Corolla even has it. Here. And you've got these headlights here. Bryan's car was a Hyundai Elantra. Now, they have no idea that on just video surveillance that ties it to Bryan. It's just 1 out of these 6 cars is what it could be, and it just so happens that Bryan has it. Now, we're going to get more into why they, once they said that it's a Hyundai Elantra, why it ties into Bryan, okay? But I just want to point out to you, there's 6 cars that have similar features. Oh, this is the Hyundai Elantra here. This is the Hyundai Elantra right here. So there's 2 other cars that I feel it very well could be. Now, I'm not an FBI detective on this, but I have questions, okay? You have literally a blurry image. Sure, you have the Linda Lane footage of where there was a 3-point turn, but still, that's so far away, you can't even really make... there's some features of the car you can't make out. So, it's hard. It is hard. So I want you to think for a moment, and we're going to get back into reading the rest of that document. I want you to think for a moment. If you were on the Juror, and I'm going to ask a poll, and we're going to see how many people think that it's definitely the Hyundai Elantra, okay? So what I'm going to ask, okay, is I'm going to say, if you were a juror, and you had where the prosecutor came up and said, hey, there was an FBI agent who broke down and said this was a Hyundai Elantra. Okay? Bam, you got that. But then you have where defense comes up and says, hey, the rest of these 5 other cars, they have similar features to it? Yeah. And then, let's just say, this is not the way that it goes, but let's just say that they turn to you as a juror and they say, do a happy face if you think that it's a Hyundai Elantra, or do a sad face if you're left unknown. I just want to point out how it's going to be for the juror, and understand you have someone's life in your hand. Okay? Bryan is on the death penalty. Would you be willing to sit here, and I'm going to put it up, and say happy face that it's 100% an Elantra? Or do you have a sad face to where you say, hey, look, there's 5 other cars that I'm looking at that are similar. I want y'all to understand, 3 people are yes, 30 people are no right now. When you have 12 jurors, and you see that in this TikTok poll that I'm doing right now, and you see that there is less than 10% in the room, so far 53-3. That is less than 10%. That's almost like 7.5%. It's insane. Manager, the question was, do you think that this car that they have here, because this is what they showed, this is what they went off on, matches which one of these cars? There's a Toyota Corolla. There's a Hyundai Elantra. There's, I forget what this car is. You have a Kia that's here. There's other ones. There's 6 cars of a possibility that it could have been. 6 cars that it could have been. Thank you, Lori, for subscribing to the War Deadpool community team. Spicy. So So you have that. I just want to point out, this is how it's going to be so freaking hard on the jurors. 12 jurors are going to have to sit here and say, hey, look, without a reasonable doubt, this matches up. Because if you can't match this up, if you cannot get past this, you're really not going to get past the rest of the case. It's okay, manager. If you can't get past this, you're not going to be able to get past the rest of the case. And we just witnessed that 93% are going, I would not be willing to say it is 100% a Hyundai Elantra. By the way, thank you so much, this girl Jessica, for sending out 5 subscriptions. Greatly do appreciate that. Christina, you were gifted a subscription. Amy, Only If, good to see Only If getting it back because they just lost theirs, and he's been a subscriber for a year and a half. Eagle Angel, and then Miss Furrow. Congratulations to all of y'all. Y'all were gifted a subscription by Jessica. So welcome to the War Deadpool community team. Spicy. Thank you again, Jessica, for doing that. Thank you everybody else who's sending in gifts. I know I'm not doing exact call outs. It's just because I'm trying to stay on the subject that's here. Brat is not joining. Brat had something that popped up on her schedule. I wish that she would have. But yeah, so I'm just doing this because I went ahead and I told my audience that I was going to do it, and I didn't want to sit here and be a no-show. So, but yeah, whenever she does become available, it'll be great. So, let's go on in reading the police report, shall we? Because, like I said, yeah, it does stink. It's all right though, but she has a good reason, and it's very understandable. So, I just don't like staying in people's business. I'm sure she's going to tell y'all. But so, anyhow, yeah, she does have a lot of details. She's very good, as well as many others. So, all right, let's continue on in this. We just witnessed, for anyone who just came in, we just witnessed that 93% of the room can't sit here and say that 100% that's the car. Okay? If you can't get past it, and you got to think there's 12 jurors, that means that 11 out of the 12, it's going to be hard for them to get past it. So let's continue on with this. Approximately at 3:26 a.m., is when they were on their way to we'll just start over. Beginning of the paragraph. A review of camera footage indicated with a white sedan hereafter suspect vehicle 1, which observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28. So that's going in the direction, okay? On the video, it appears suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. Reason why that's important is because Idaho you do, other states you do not, okay? So that kind of gave them a clue to this is someone who's not from Idaho. But just want to give you a little sneak peek, spoiler alert. Bryan's car is registered in Washington. Okay. To me, I'm a person. I am not saying that I believe that Bryan is the guy. I'm not saying that I believe he is not the guy. What I am saying is that the facts, what we have been told, the evidence of what we've been told, is very hard for me to convict someone that is going to be serving the death penalty. Oh, he didn't register it till the following week. Thank you so much for correcting me. Both plates are required in Washington? Hold on, let me check this. So then, if he didn't register in Washington until then, it would have been still in Pennsylvania. So, thank you, manager, for all the gifts and everybody else. I greatly do appreciate y'all. So, let's continue on. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 and ended at 4:20 a.m. And yes, I will be playing the footage from Linda Lane. Okay, I have from 12 a.m. all the way till 5 a.m. So, Pennsylvania is the only one that's a back one. Thank you so much, Heather. Appreciate y'all helping me through this. A review of footage from multiple video. Oh, never mind. I already read that. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame, and that does stand up. The only thing that I will say is when you watch that video, you see that it is a heavy foot traffic area. Yeah, the Linda Lane footage has to be real. So, I don't see how it could not be. But I will say this. There has been people on TikTok. There was a person who said that they had a conversation of Dylan and Bethany talking. Obviously now we've discovered that TikTok person is totally a lie. So, all right, let me get a drink of water. Thank you, everybody, for being in here. Greatly do appreciate it. So, goes on and says, suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a fourth time at approximately 4:04 a.m. This does line up with the Linda Lane footage that we have been given, or that we have been seeing. And they've been scrubbing a lot of that. But guess what? I have found some accounts that were still able to have it up. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving westbound on King Road when the suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King residence. It appeared unsuccessfully an attempt to turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn. This kind of became very interesting, especially the 3-point turn, due to that is one of the cleanest shots that you have of the car, but it's still far away. Don't worry, we will be getting there. So yes, the car scene of going back and forth is from Linda Lane, but Linda Lane does not have where it is. That footage is angled up towards the house. Give me a second. Let me open up Google Earth and I will show you where this is at. Some people thought that they were looking at the house. You were not looking at the house. Okay, so let me get my bearing straight. Okay, so this is where the camera is from. It's right here, okay? This mark is where the murders took place. This is where it was, okay? The camera is focused here and focused here, okay? That's all you get. You don't get this road. The distance from the footage camera to the home is 278 feet is how far this is. Now, once you see in the video is a 3-point turn that is done here. They come in and they turn around. And this happens several times before you see that car. I guess I might as well go ahead and show y'all the let's see, that's 12-1. And then let me get y'all up to, stupid ad. Go away. No one wants you. Of the 3-point turn. Okay. So it's going to be coming in. It's going to be right in here. Now, remind you, okay, so you have the car coming up, okay? So they're coming up right here, and then you see the 3-point turn, and they leave. Now, this is one of the cleanest shots, but it's so far away. You can hear the DD driver at 4. Thank you so much. And that's the DoorDash driver, for those who are wondering. But yes, this is the famous 3-point turn, and some people took it as they thought that this was the house, and that's not. This is the apartment here that it's angled at. Ginger, I'm right there with you. Again, would you be willing to bet on that that's a Hyundai Elantra right there? It's very hard. So, now there is other surveillance video that they do have, but this is the cleanest that we have. The blurred one is the cleanest we have. There is none that I've heard of being reported of a license plate. So, yeah, this is one of the clearest. The next one is your next blurred out image. Like, you gotta be kidding. All right, we're going to get to that, Mary. I'm glad that you're bringing that up. So there's the famous 3-point turn, okay? We'll get back into this video later. Also, shout out, if you are wondering who this is, this is the person here. You can take a screenshot. You go watch this stuff yourself. If you want to watch each one of them. There's 6 hours that you can listen. Okay. All right. Now, let's get back into this. Suspect Vehicle 1 is next seen departing the King Road residence approximately at 4:20 a.m. at a high rate speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observing traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive, and I'll show you that. Yeah. Where is Conestoga Drive? Or Contesca, or whatever it is. Let's see, let me pull that up. Conestoga Drive. And I'll show you exactly where. This is. This is it. So back through here. Again, murder's up here, okay? So they, if that stands corrected, went here, went through the back of the neighborhood on down, and then came down here to exit out. Good to see y'all, everybody. KG's sister stated that there is a video from the neighbors of the girls being dropped off. Appreciate you letting me know that. I don't know if I have any thoughts that are going through my head right now. I'll circle back to that, and I hate saying that word, circle back. Can't even believe I just said that dang phrase. Again, how did they know if it was look, circling being noisy? Yeah, could be, who knows. But that's what they have to go off of this stuff. Too funny, TikTok refugee. So that's what you have where they exited. Too funny, circle. Essay. All right, so now that's where they have the vehicle exiting. And then law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiner with the Federal Bureau of Investigation that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. Okay? This is where they circle into that car, but I want you to listen to this. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years, law enforcement, 35 years doing this, with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics on vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing numerous observations of the suspect's vehicle 1, the examiner initially believed the suspect vehicle 1 was a 2001 to 2002 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be from the range all the way to 2016. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle from 2011 to 2016 white Honda Elantra. Nothing here except luck of the draw that Bryan has that car. I'm just saying that as luck of a draw, okay? Okay? Because there's numerous other people who have a white Hyundai Elantra. Furthermore, I just showed y'all pictures of, do you think that it could be other cars? So, we'll see how they're going to break this down in court, okay? Investigators were giving access to video footage on the Washington State University campus that was located in Pullman. A review of that video indicated that approximately at 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, a white sedan was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1. It was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north and southeast Nevada Street. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as the Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast of Nevada Street in Pullman. Okay? 244 going in a direction, 253 going against it. I'm laughing at y'all's comments some of y'all are making. The camera footage from Pullman was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman as being a 2014 to 2016 Honda Elantra. So change slightly more, but you have where it now has zeroed into 3 years, 14, 15, and 16. Let's see. Sorry, I was looking at comments. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson. The white sedan observed traveling northbound on Johnson. The white sedan was observed turning on Bishop Boulevard in Northeast SR 270 at approximately 5:27 a.m. So that's now almost an hour after the murders took place. Thank you so much, Crystal, for that Into the Light. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody else who is sending gifts. I see Jessica with a lot of Let 'em Cooks. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Crystal Freedom, the other Crystal, with the Anchor, Tara Speed of Sight, West Virginia, Cat 6, Terry, Only If, and Moonlight, Portia, and Ginger. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate all the gifts y'all sent. So, let's see. I wish that this was better because this looks crappy. But I wish that I could get a better image of the area. And maybe I'll go through and do this and update the red marks. Because the red marks is where the white Elantra was seen returning to the campus. And the yellow marks, which is right here, this is seen leaving from the campus. And then the square box is 1630 Northeast Valley Road. So this goes over locations, okay? So on November 25th, what's this, 12 days later? MPD asked the area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for a white Hyundai Elantra in the area. On November 29th at approximately 12:28 a.m., WSU police queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result, the search query came back that there was a 2015 Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate. So now they have this license plate associated with Bryan. He's in that area. Okay? Now, we don't know exactly what Bryan's alibi is. Some people started a rumor that he was out stargazing. No one really knows what his alibi is. But here's the thing. He lived in this area. So to see his car on the cameras, could it mean anything? Because you can't directly see that he even goes to the murder house. The closest that you get is this Linda Lane right here. And I wonder if Sigma has something. But I could not find anything that actually stated that he was stargazing. George Mama, man. Saying it like that. MPJ Mama, thank you for the 81 Let 'em Cooks. Greatly do appreciate you. So, let's continue on. The same day at 12:58, I'm sorry, I skipped ahead too much. The vehicle was registered to Bryan Kohberger. Hereafter, Kohberger's residence, and that's why 1630 is important, because it's up here. Murders took place down here, okay? So, not too far away, and you see where all the red dots are, where they have observed his car at. Thank you, Georgia Mama. I appreciate you. Let's see. So it's 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, which was the last camera location that picked up the white Elantra. That same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer was looking for the white Elantra and located a 2015 white Elantra at 1630 in Pullman in the parking lot. 1630, back to the apartment complex that houses WSU students. Another officer also ran the car and it returned to Kohberger with a Washington tag. Okay, so he had a Washington tag at this point, but now this is, what date are we at? November 30th, somewhere around there. So he ran the tag, Washington tag, then pulled the driver's license information and photograph. The license indicates that Kohberger is a white male with a height of 6 foot and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Okay? So, not just do you see the bushy eyebrows. I'm sure y'all are familiar with the image of... let's see, the one that was taken after. Okay. So you're familiar with this image. Okay. So bushy eyebrows. Now, the reason why it's important is Dylan, the only thing that she could see was the eyes and the eyebrows. Everything else was black that night when she saw him just a few feet away. Good to see you, Juanita. And all she could say is bushy eyebrows. Now, later on, that's been changed. It also, you can suspect that possibly, are alleged to think that, or some people are saying that, allegedly alcohol is involved and things like that. I don't know. We'll see. But anyhow, this is where the bushy eyebrows come from. What about the mark in his thumb in this picture? What do you mean the mark? I don't see a mark. So this is where the whole entire bushy eyebrow stuff comes from. But you also have where his ID showed bushy eyebrows, and the officer lists that here. Yeah. So I'll read it again in the police report. It says, additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows when he's pulling the license plate, okay, where the driver's license information and photograph that he's able to see. Even the officer says that it showed he had bushy eyebrows in that image. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with this description of the male that Dylan saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation, including a review of whatever that police department, of a body cam and reports, showed that on August 21st, okay, that Bryan was detained as part of a traffic stop. Now, this is, in August. November is 3 months ahead when the murders took place. Dreamer, I'll get to some stuff like that, of those rumors as well. I just wanted to read this off, and it is a long one, but I want people to understand what the police report is, because some people are going off of things that's not in the police report. Some people don't realize what the police report is saying. For me, I'll say it this way. The police report is what makes me say, okay, this Bryan guy, yes, very suspicious. When I listen to the media makes me feel like, man, y'all are, flipping a coin into a wishing well. So let's continue on. So August 21st, Bryan was at a traffic stop and he was detained. And that he was driving a 2015 Hyundai Elantra with that Pennsylvania plate that they were searching for, which was set to expire on November 30th, 2022. During the stop, so Pennsylvania was the license plate, August 21st, later changed to Washington's license plate, okay? During the stop, which was recorded via law enforcement body camera, Kohberger provided his phone number. This is the next big clue. Bryan provided his phone number during that time. Okay? As a cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted an electronic database queries and learned that phone number is a number issued by AT&T. On October 14th, now still in the past, okay? Bryan was detained as part of a traffic stop at WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant and was driving the exact same vehicle with the Pennsylvania license plate. On November 18th, okay, so this is after the murder's taken place, according to Washington State licensing, Kohberger registered the 2015 White Elantra with Washington and later received a Washington plate. So that's November 18th. Prior to this time, the 2015 White Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania. Okay? So that is understandable why we have a car that doesn't have a front license. Okay? During the time of November 13th when this incident took place. So it goes on to say Pennsylvania is one of the states that doesn't require a front license plate. And that they learned that when they called Pennsylvania and talked to an officer over there. And that it goes on and says Idaho and Washington recover a front and back. However, he did not register it with Washington until 5 days later. Investigators believe that Kohberger is still driving the 2015 White Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Kohberger's Elantra was then on December 15th by the law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December 16th, another surveillance area picked up his car. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. Now, I want to point out something. All of the other surveillance that you heard on the night, not one of them did you read in this police report that said, hey, we have X type of person in here. You didn't hear them say on the, we could see a male in there. We could see they were white. You didn't have any of that night of November 13th. So, our early morning, however you want to say that. So, nothing in there. Everyone else does while he's leaving and heading back to Pennsylvania. Okay? Based on the information provided by WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Records provided by a member of the interview panel of the Pullman Police Department. We learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology, cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department fall of 2022. So this is right before things hit the fan on November 13th. He left town to go back home. His parents live in Pennsylvania. Great question, though. Kohberger wrote the essay. He had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. That's what was posted by Kohberger on Reddit. And some of the things that was said back, I am going to throw this theory out there. Was Kohberger... Let me just ask it like this then, without saying a speculation, okay? Do you think that Reddit is at fault for allowing people to respond back to something like that with some of the ways that they were? I understand we have, free speech, right? That's our Constitution. But I also sit here and look, and I'm like, man, you allowed some of this stuff for someone to go and do something. I guess it's no different than if you heard, another website that, because I'm sure you could probably pull up websites like that. So I don't know if you could actually say, hey, Reddit, you should be taking, you should be watching what people say. So, yeah, I guess I shouldn't have said at fault. But, yeah, I question when there was stuff like that, if that's why Bryan was able to do some of the things that he did. Because if that wasn't there, and he did not get those responses with how emotions and psychological traits were influenced, you may not have someone that's going in a house real fast if he's the killer. Let's see. RCV says, we have freedom of speech, but I believe when you cause an incitement, you have crossed a line. Yeah, it's just, how do you regulate that? And that's the hard one. How do you know that, like, oh my gosh, this is going to cross the line, or oh my gosh, this is not? That's what I was getting at. I didn't mean it as Reddit at fault. Sorry for that. You're responsible for your own actions. 99% read that and then it didn't do anything. And that's a great point. Let's say that there was 3,000 people who read that type of stuff, and 2,999, they never went on to be a bad guy. So, but yeah. You don't, yeah. It's a tough one. It's a tough question. All right, so as part of the investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the Kings Road residence. Now, I went and I pulled up all the site locations. I should have dropped pins. Maybe I'll do that. Y'all know that I do like to drop pins on Google Earth, and then we go back and we're like, hey, here it is. Crying wolf gets you in trouble in time. Yeah. So yeah, maybe I'll do something like that and better mark this stuff out for y'all. November 13th, between 3 and 5 a.m. Or hold on, let me start this paragraph over again. As part of the investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th between 3 and 5. Between 3 and 5, okay? After determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and that phone number, investigators reviewed these search these search warrant returns. The phone number in these returns did not show that phone number was utilizing the cell phone tower's resources in close proximity to the Kings Road residence between 3 and 5. Let me read that off again. Bryan's phone number does not show that it was utilizing any of those cell phone towers that cover that area between 3 and 5 a.m. This is in the police report. Okay? Based on my training experience and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigation, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime, or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. The murders are like 4 o'clock, but there's a thing when you look at what the what's the name, corridor, I can't say the word. Y'all know I get tripped up on some words. But the person who says when someone died, they say that it's between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. that the people died. Yep, so his phone did not ping the towers in that area between 3 and 5 a.m. And now you have a speculation here. A speculation here of, hey, when I talk to, people that had this type of training and experience and conversations with law enforcement, they said, oh, well, some criminals leave their phone off, or some criminals leave their phone at the house. But let's go on. This is done by subjects in effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where the crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveillance an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days or several months prior to the commission of the crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their telephone at a separate location or turn it off since they do not plan to commit the crime. So again, what you just heard is that what he's getting at is, let's go and see what several days before or several months before, is there anything that associates Bryan's phone number to this? I believe in his report, he also stated he shut his phone off while stargazing. So again, I can't stress this enough. I have not, and I searched for that, for his alibi, where he says that he was stargazing. I can't find his alibi. I understand that there is some people who believe that, but I haven't been provided that by anyone who believes it. So if you are someone who believes it, more than welcome to jump up and show me, because I would like to get factual stuff correct. Why didn't their roommate who didn't get called? Oh, Tammy, I'll get into that. I loved that conversation, but I definitely will get into that. All right, so let's continue on. So now you have where it's, hey, the officer saying who's doing this report, hey, is there any chance that several days before or months before was Bryan in that area? On December 23rd, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for Bryan's phone number between November 12th and November 14th for Bryan's phone number. So the 12th to the 14th, this is what we discover. I received records of that from AT&T. The records indicated that Bryan's phone number is an address in Pennsylvania, and the account was open since June 23rd, 2022. These records are included historical cell site location information for Bryan's phone number. After receiving this information, he consulted numerous agencies to get expert testimony in that field. And so he was able to determine estimated locations from November 12th to November 13th. On November 13th at approximately 2:42 a.m., okay, remember they did a search on Bryan's phone from 3 to 5 and didn't find anything. Now we're seeing something about to come into play. On November 13th at approximately 2:42 a.m., was utilizing cell phone resources that provided coverage to Bryan's phone. Bryan's apartment address, okay? At approximately 2:47, the phone that provided the coverage of Kohberger consisted with Bryan's number and was traveling south through Pullman, Washington, in the direction of the house, okay? This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra at approximately 2:47 a.m. Phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m., which is consistent with either the phone being in the area without cellular coverage, the connection of the network disabled, or the phone was turned off. Now, when connection of the network is disabled, they're talking about putting it in airplane mode. So the phone number does not report to the network again until 4:48 a.m., at which time it utilized cell phone service that provided coverage to the Idaho State Highway 95 South. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilized resources that are consistent with Bryan's phone number, traveling south on Idaho from Highway 95. Then traveling west, approximately 5:30 a.m., the phone is utilized resources that provide coverage for that area and consistent with the phone traveling back to Kohberger's residence. The movements are consistent with the white Elantra that they see in these images that are documented around. Based on the review, an estimated location and travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Further indicated that the 848 phone number, I didn't mean to say the number, but whatever, doesn't matter. They have it listed here as public documents. On November 13th, 2022, leaving the area of Kohberger's residence at approximately 9 a.m. So at 9 a.m., his phone number came back on. and was traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, his phone number utilized cellular resources that provide coverage where the murders happened between 9:12 and 9:21 a.m. So, Bryan went back. The murders happen at 4. You have where Bryan's phone number leaves, between this 4:30 or 5:30, leaving from that scene, not showing that he was in the scene, but leaving from that scene. The next, 4 hours later, going back there is what it showed. And then that the phone went back to Kohberger's address and arriving in that area at approximately 9:32. So this is kind of the path here. Okay. Let's see. That's just talking about the phone that they were able to see was connected. That there was a lack of phone reporting between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 p.m. a.m. So for 2 hours and 1 minute. And again, this is where it gets into where they say, this is what they say, that is consistent with Kohberger's attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred on King Road residence. We're almost at the end of this. We have a couple more pages left. I appreciate everybody sticking around. I think that is this helping y'all to understand a lot better than what the media is? Like, is it like next time you hear someone sitting here being like, oh, this means da 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 da, you can now sit there and be like, you probably haven't read the police report. I've seen it, where people do lives or they make a 1-minute video and it doesn't really line up. Our own media, like I'm sitting here scratching my head at the own media because I'm like, y'all be better off just reading off the police report. That would help people out a lot better than what some are saying. Jury, I feel the jury is going to have a hard time as well. But I understand. Let's do a poll in the middle of this. Okay? We're going to see, would you, just with this information, not talking about the Sheath, okay? Just this information, we're going to do 2 polls. We're going to see, do you find this enough reason to be suspicious to look into Bryan further? And then we're going to ask, do you think that this means that Bryan did it? Okay. So let me run through the facts of what we know from reading this report. We know that how it took place was there was a white Elantra. Now, there was a forensic examiner who sat there and drilled it down to between a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. I did show you that there's 5 other cars that have a very similar resemblance to it. There's nothing that has a license plate in the surveillance on that night of Bryan's vehicle, nor is there the closest that you get of seeing Bryan's car is 278 feet from the house, and that was at Linda Lane. Now, what you seen here was a 3-point turn, and they left. It's not like you see them going in the direction, because you can't. You have to do a 3-point turn and go back out. Okay? You have other businesses and stuff that seen the Hyundai Elantra and stuff. So, allegedly. Yeah, I hate freaking saying allegedly. But, I mean, this is... So, the white Hyundai Elantra is what you see that is going around. Do we know that this is Bryan? We're unsure, but we do know that the police, once they started getting involved into it, they checked WSU students. They found a driver, or they found a tag number. They went there, they pulled it. They seen that when they pulled it with his license, with Bryan's license, and the photo provided that it was bushy eyebrows, which is something that Dylan said. And then, no, not yet, Jules. Jules, I'll probably get into that discussion probably in about 30 minutes from now. You then have where they start, using Bryan's cell phone due to he gave it to one of the officers at one of the times that he was detained in a traffic stop. And they start utilizing that, and they see that phone number matches up with the Hyundai Elantra that was driving around. And they see that his phone number was turned on. Was turned off at 2:47, turned back on at, 4:20, whatever it was. Turned back on during that time. And then, or it could have been turned off. It could have went into airplane mode, or you do have the possibility that cell phone tower, that's a no coverage area. So, did I get a violation? It's detected that the live chat didn't appear. I don't see. Yeah, I don't think anything came up as a violation. So yeah, that's another possibility. Alma said that it could be updating. By the way, when I get done rereading this report, I see Alma and Jules is in here. Y'all are more than welcome to get up here once I'm done. So based upon that, funny that you talk about a violation. Then I got to pop up and show that I am still live. Based upon that, just your feeling, okay? Do you think that with Bryan's cell phone showing that it ties in with the white Elantra, there's an account saying silly stuff. Thanks, Moonlight. I appreciate it. Do you think that Bryan is the one driving around at the time of November 13th, before and after the killings? Do you think that it is Bryan, based upon what you know? Happy face for yes, sad face if no. Some of y'all are saying no. Now, some people may be saying no due to there's no tag, there's no, they don't know, they don't have an image of who was in that car. Now, I'll tell you where I stand. I do think so, because the pings line up with where they had surveillance of that car. But when this gets done on this poll, I'm going to have another question. With good attorney, who knows? Great thing. Love that you said that, Austin. Because they can turn things in there to where you're going to be scratching your head. Okay, so you got 24-10. Okay? Now I'm going to ask you, with just this information, do you think, regardless if this is Bryan or not, okay, and you see the movements of this white Elantra, do you think that this means enough of whoever was driving it means that they're the killers? I want you to remember, happy face if you do, sad face if you don't, okay? I want you to remember that, I have to click the start button, that there is nothing of footage that shows him parking at the home. The closest that you get is this of Linda Lane right here. Okay? That is the closest that you get to it. 278 feet. That's the closest that you get that we are provided with so far. There could be something more that's provided. So, I want you to remember this stuff. Okay? I want you to remember how you voted tonight. And I want you to understand, even if you voted yes, or if you voted no, I want you to understand. Did I say yards? I meant feet. I'm sorry. 278 feet. Sorry about that. Thanks for the correction, Pips. I want you to remember, there's 12 people that are going to be deciding this. So even if you're a person who's saying yes, yes, yes on this stuff. Oh, I said it correct. You misunderstood. It's okay. Even if you are a person who says yes, understand that there's 11 other people on that juror. Understand, based off of these results so far, you have 90% that is like, no. Just off, so, you know, when I asked, do you think that it is a white Elantra? Over 90% of the room was like, oh, I mean, I showed you the other pictures, and it was like, oh. Okay, even though you have someone that's on the stand that says, hey, I'm an expert. I've done this for 35 years in the law enforcement, did it for 15 years in the FBI. They're going to have to explain. And if you have, just like Austin was saying, with the right attorney, this can get really head scratching. Right attorney could literally sit there and say, here's 6 cars. Tell me what the difference of these 6 cars are that aligned with your images, that ruled out those 5 other cars. And if there is where that's not able to be done, oh, buddy, that's going to be very hairy, because that is the whole start of this thing. Just like Miss Sister said, if the car isn't his, this whole thing falls apart. Or very strongly falls apart. Now, you still have the touch DNA. We haven't got there yet. So, Kara, totally respect what Kara just said. Kara says, I think he did it, but need more concrete evidence to say yes, because it's a death penalty. I am one to where I strongly say, I feel that the state of Idaho screwed up with making this a death penalty case. You are going to have some people that are going to be on the juror stand that may not believe in the death penalty. You're going to have some people that are going to be just like this 90% that was in here earlier, or with this one that we just did a poll on, to where you have, 60% who don't think so. It's going to be a hard one to say the death penalty on somebody with just this stuff that we know about so far. I'm honestly surprised. I love that Terry brought up Casey Anthony. Casey Anthony, there was more evidence that was pre-trial than what there is of Bryan Kohberger. O.J. Simpson, there was more evidence than there was than Bryan Kohberger. You got to remember that. You might be someone that's hitting your head against the keyboard right now and you're going, dude, will you give it up? 100%. He did it. We're done with this. Okay? You might be that one. But I want you to understand there's 60 to 90% in this room that has a big old question mark. And it's not up to one person to decide. It's up to 12 people to decide. And if you don't know it, I'll explain the process to you in layman terms. Okay? You have where the prosecutor sits here and he asks a room full of people that are potential jurors a question. And then you have the defendant who asks a set of questions. And it goes back and forth for X amount of questions that they get to be asked. And then the prosecutor sits there and says, I'm eliminating this person. And the defendant says, I'm eliminating this person. It's kind of a game of who do you think you might be able to get on there, and how are you going to do this? Are you going to go hardcore after the type of person that you don't want on there, or how are you going to play the game? But you usually end up with a very well-rounded to where the defendant can sit there and say, there's a few people in here that I believe is going to listen to my client. And you have the prosecutor who's saying, I have a few people in here that I believe is going to listen to the state. And that's another thing. If you ask the question, I want you to remember this one. Sir Knight, Ken, just brought this up. He said, all 12 are going to have to believe in the death penalty. Don't forget that. Even if you can somehow convince everybody that Bryan did this, even if you can convince them, do remember that you're also going to have to be willing to convince them of the death penalty. Burden of proof falls on the prosecutor. So, let's continue on reading this stuff so far. What we're in. Let me get some more drink. Let's see. We went through the AT&T stuff. All right, so this is December 23rd. It was granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical from June 23rd, because that's when he got his phone, is on June 23rd, to the current time, which is December 23rd, 2022 at this time, to see how much he was in that area is what you're going to get to. So also see if there was any of the victims associated before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of murders that occurred on November 13th, the location of the white Elantra registered, as well as the location of Kohberger. All of that is the question mark. What's up, Trish? Great to see you. On December 23rd, the pursuit of the search warrant received historical records for that phone number, The account was opened in June of 2022 after consulting with blah, blah, blah legal authorities. For that, the records of the phone number show resources. All right, here we go. They provided coverage to the area at 1122 King Road, which is where the murders took place, on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th. Now, I want you to remember, you are dealing with someone who lives in the area. His apartment is just down the road from there. Okay? Now, let me give you how this looks, though. Okay? Bryan's apartment's all the way up here or whatever. Okay? This is where the murder is. It's in kind of like a neighborhood. So, is it out of a realm of possibility for someone being in there 12 times? 12 times? From June 23rd to November 13th? Is it out of the realm of possibility someone going into the neighborhood? So, no, it's just a neighborhood. Could someone say, hey man, I saw there was traffic down here, so I went by there so I could come out over here and not deal with this red light? That could be a possibility. Could there be a possibility that, hey, yeah, there's another student that I know that lives in that area and I was dropping off something? Who knows? We don't know what Bryan's going to say. So it's about 12 miles away. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Rebecca. So, yeah, all your food and stuff is kind of up here, but you do have other stuff here. You also had the botanical gardens, whatever thing over here. I mean, it's a question of if you're going, let's say that you're going to botanical gardens. Why would you cut through the neighborhood? Why would you not go down 95 and then turn here? Well, could be traffic. So, who knows? We're going to have to see what his reasoning is to this, because he's going to be asked, why 12 times from June 23rd to November 13th were you seen in that area 12 times? All right. All right, so goes on to say, thank you everybody for the gifts. I greatly do appreciate y'all. I know I'm not calling people out, but I do appreciate that. The new document says 23 times. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Goes on to say that where am I at? All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours, the respective days. So all of them but one were in the late evening. One of those occasions was approximately 10:34 to 11:35. So an hour and a minute. At approximately 11:37, Kohberger stopped by the sheriff's, the police department. And then the location of the traffic stop during that time is where that lines up on that day. Further analysis of that, of the phone number, At approximately 12:36 p.m. on November 13th, utilized the cell phone resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe Coffee, a stand located at Port Drive. Surveillance video footage located at another point and adjacent to Kate Joe's Cup of Joe, consistent with the vehicle one. At approximately 12:46, we kind of know all of this stuff. We've already read it. They're just getting into the fine detail. Let's see. Additional analysis of the records. The phone indicated that were approximately 5:32 and 5:36. The phone utilized coverage in Johnson, Idaho. That was at the PM. On December 27th, Pennsylvania, agents recovered the trash. This is where it gets interesting, okay? Another thing that gets interesting here. What's up, Tiny? Tiny's a great person onto this. So is Jules and Alma. They're people that I see a lot. So if y'all want to follow them, if you enjoy listening to this stuff and you really want to get into it, those three I recommend. Morgan is in here as well. She hosts these type of things. So, but Sister Sledge right there who made another comment. That's another person. Nicole's in here. Appreciate it. Yeah, so there's a good bit that knows stuff. Tiny, let me explain who Tiny is. Y'all know me. I don't like doing shout outs that much. But if you get into this, I have no problem giving shout outs to people because these are people that I have watched over a while do true crimes, and they don't sit here and spit bull crap. And if they do, they're gonna correct themselves if they're like, hey, I told you wrong. Okay. The amazing thing about Tiny is that she has no problem doing what I just did. She will go and pull up documents. Okay. Now, sure, they speculate at times, but they dang sure let you know that it's speculation, or that they're going down a rabbit hole. They don't try to deceive their people. I've never seen that out of them. So, great people. All right, here we go. The next key role into this, and I appreciate y'all being in here. Right when I get done, y'all are more than welcome to step up if y'all like to. Additionally, analysis of the records from Brian's phone number indicated that between... Oh, never mind. We already read that. This is the next part that I wanted to get to. On December 27th, 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from Kohberger's family residence located in Pennsylvania. The evidence was sent to Idaho State. Hold on. I used to live in Pennsylvania. Hold on. I knew a girl who dated a Bryan guy. How far? Okay. All right, we're good. Never mind. I was just having a little bit of a moment. I'm all good. If that would have been over there near Pittsburgh, I would have been asking some questions. Because I remember that guy had a similar build. Anyhow, but definitely not him. Anyhow, so it says the evidence was sent to Idaho State Lab for testing. The next day, the lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the Sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Based on the above information, I am requesting an arrest warrant. Blah, blah, blah. For Kohberger. Seems like they would have opened with that. So there you go. Everyone who stayed in here for however long we've been in here, 2 hours almost. Now you have finally heard, for some of y'all, the entire police report. You're not just going off of little areas of hearing about Bryan. You're like, oh, I heard about the touch DNA. Now you know the full story to it, to why they decided to put an arrest warrant on him. Now I'm going to get into a couple of things. If anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. Now I'm going to get into a couple of things. Number one is 4chain. Give me just a second, Twisted. I'll let you up. Number one is 4chain. What you are witnessing here is 4chain is where you can anonymous people go in and write and they say stuff. There is a rumor that, you know, of their involvement. There is a rumor there was a fight. Okay? There's also people who knew about the murders before Dylan called the police. Okay? Question becomes, do you think that these other people were investigated just as much as Bryan was? Yeah, for some reason, Twisted, when I clicked to accept you, it didn't. Let me see if I can find... Let me see if I can do it this way. Let me see if I can bring you up. Put in another request. See if you can. Because I was going to send you an invite. But there's so many people in here. Pretty sure his family can afford a decent attorney. So, he's been an appointed one. So, sister says, no, definitely not. They stopped with BK. Is there anybody that is requesting that it's not letting you? Usually it works. Yeah, yeah, Austin. So yeah, this is what I do. I love getting into facts. So yeah, Anne is that girl's a firecracker too. So she is definitely qualified for this. So all right, so I'm not seeing any requests coming in. If you do, just sit here and throw in a whole bunch of fireballs or one and say, hey, I'm trying to join. So, all right. So, let's see. All right, Twisted, I think it got you. You there? Yeah, I wonder if it's something with maybe on your end. Can someone else just random put in a request and let's see if it works? All right, sister, can you hear me? All right, hold on, I'm gonna have to turn my sound on. Did everyone else hear sister? Yeah, hold on a second. I gotta fix the mic here. Give me a second. This is the fun part of having a mic. All right, sister, now try it.
Can you hear me?
Nope. What the
Hello?
heck am I doing wrong? What's up, Glam?
Hello? Oh, it looks like some people can hear me.
Okay, so let me just put it on speaker is what I'll do. Something's up with that headphone.
Wow, I could tell all kinds of stories if you can't hear me.
I just started able to where I can hear you. All right, let me go and fix this. All right, yep, they can hear you now. So
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. What stinks is my headphones are not working, which is okay. But I can hear you if it... Is anybody hear an echo when she talks?
Uh-oh. Wait, Tiny, are you saying I sound muffled? Oh, wait, I hear the echo.
Okay. Okay, no echo? Awesome.
Oh, weird, I can hear my own echo.
That'll probably help. Yeah, I got the mic away now. All right, let's see. Let's see if there was anything else that I wanted to say before I just let y'all go through. There also CNN reported that there was 60 suspected bloodstain at Kohberger's apartment. Only 2 of them came back to being positive for blood. Who was it? Don't know, but one was on his pillow and another one was on the bed sheet. But it does go on to say that none of it tied in with the victims. Let's see what else we have. I went over the Pappa Rodger stuff. I do have footage if anybody wants to pull something up. That was more of the Pappa Rodgers. Went over with, for those who are, just now joining, how there was a Reddit post that goes back to November 16th that talked about a sheath being found. When Pappa Rodgers didn't mention it on Facebook until November 30th. So if that's your smoking, hey, you think Pappa Rodger is Bryan because of things that was said, I want you to understand there was other people who were saying this stuff too. Is it suspicious? Maybe. I don't know. I see a lot of people in true crime that say a lot of stuff, and some of them are very, very smart to fitting the puzzle before you actually see anything come out being reported. Could it be that this was, a law enforcement person who was talking like Pappa Rodgers? Could it have been Bryan, or could it have been the murderer? Question marks. So
Yeah, Papa Rogers, I do think it was law enforcement, simply because the things that they were putting out there, we now know. I think they were trying to bait somebody in. Or it's Cole,
maybe.
like we were talking about last night.
Great point. Let's see. I don't think there is anything else. By the way, that Reddit thread has been removed. So there is some things that have just up and disappeared, that they've been taken out. Do you believe that it's the police that are doing this, or do you think that it's just a random moderator wanting to delete stuff on this type of stuff? But if it's a moderator who's doing these type of things, you shouldn't be, because it's very, very important to leave things up. So that's where we're at. Yeah, that rabbit hole last night, sister, that one was interesting, that Tiny with her investigation did on that whole entire Cole and his brother. Like, that's another person I wonder, did they even investigate?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that they probably did a little bit of investigation, simply because we know they had his DNA. They had to have had it for some reason, or he wouldn't have popped up in the comment about the nail scrapings. And then last night I was also looking for stuff, and I saw a Reddit post where it said that Cole was one of the initial suspects, which I thought was very interesting as well, because, I mean, I've been following this case in depth since the very beginning, and he was a new character a week ago.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm waiting to find something that is more proof than a Reddit post, but I'm with you on that. And another thing that I want to bring to the audience's attention: there was DNA underneath, I forget which girl, was it Megan? Maddie, that's it. That had DNA underneath there, and it doesn't match Bryan's. So when you hear this in trial, and you're one of the jurors, and you hear on trial that, hey, there's DNA underneath one of the girl's nails, and it's not Bryan's, like, it to me, that's one of these things that's like, man. And I've asked this question before. I'm not going to do a poll, but if you weren't around when I asked the question, I mean, majority of the people was like, no. But let me ask you. So if you had a white Elantra, okay, and sure, y'all just heard all of how, that pings with Bryan's phone number and all of this type of stuff, okay? But just alone on a burglary charge, meaning breaking into a house, okay? Just going into a house. And even though there's touch DNA that's on a knife sheath, okay? Would you honestly, be honest with yourself, would you honestly say that is enough evidence to sit there and say that this guy at least did a burglary charge? For me,
No.
I can't say that.
No. Yeah, I can't either. I mean, that's the whole thing, right? Like, the touch DNA on the sheath, it alone by itself can be explained away. He could have touched it in a store. He could have sold it to somebody. He could have lost it. There could be an infinite number of reasons how his DNA ended up on there. But it's the car and the quote unquote cell phone pings that put him in the area. Well, now with Ray, his affidavit, we know that the process wasn't followed the way that it should have been. So we can pretty much wipe out the cell phone towers which leaves the car. And if the car falls apart, right, and they can show him in a completely different area, they truly have nothing.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Like if this car thing falls apart, if you can convince people that the examiner just has a question mark, like, and I mean like a 0.01% question mark that this could be a different car,
Yeah.
you're going to have some jurors that are going to be like, that's not enough for me, because this is the big thing. Touch DNA is one thing, and as Twisted just said, is how is the touch DNA on the sheath more relevant than the DNA that's found underneath the nails? And I'm right there with you. Yeah, I think it's going to be a hung jury. I
And the scary part about it is that in the event that he really is the person that did this, the way that this investigation has gone very likely could put a cold-blooded unaliver back out on the street. And if he got away with it a first time and it was really him, I think we're looking at somebody who could very easily turn into a serial. And that's scary. But the flip side of that is if they have the wrong person, then there's somebody out there who did this, or multiple people that did this, that really are just kind of walking among us like no big deal. And I don't know which is scarier.
Yeah, I'm with you there. What I wish that they would have waited on is to literally, if I was, the officer, the main person for wanting to go get a police report, or if I was the judge signing off on a warrant for Bryan's arrest, I couldn't. Okay, I get it. It's very, very suspicious. I get it. You got a car that's in the area. You got this officer who, tied the puzzle together with, a white car, Bryan in the area. I get it. You have him where he's 20 times or whatever in the area from June until November, but he only lives X amount of miles away. Like, there's nothing that says that he's at the house. Sure, you got touch DNA, but literally nothing else. Nothing else. And then you have, the fingernails underneath there. Patricia, you can come back up here. The fingernails, DNA underneath it. And they better hope that other people were investigated just as hard as Bryan was. Because if not, if a juror hears that none of the other people were investigated as hard as Bryan was, it'll make some jurors question.
Well, and that's the reality. And we've already heard Anne and other hearings and in other affidavits and limines and stuff saying, like, there's all this untested DNA. They didn't. We know that's going to be a topic of conversation. And look, if it were me and I was his attorney, I would be using it too. I would say, you've got all of this unknown DNA that you did not run through the same thing that you just did for Mr. Kohberger. And they're going to have to explain that. And how do you explain that?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Everybody, this is Mike here. Mike is a really good guy. He was showing images last night of a potential fight that took place. He'll describe it more. Mike, if you end up having the image and you want to show it, I'll make your box bigger. Just let me know.
Yeah, that picture, Mike, I definitely think that there's a lot of people that should see that, because I think that had us all pretty stunned last night.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Mike's there. He might be messing with this microphone. We might be earbudding. You're good. So, Mike, if you end up being muffled on your sound, look, man, I'm tempted to send you a phone, so where you can get a new mic.
I know I always say everybody send them $5 in Cash App for new headphones.
um,
I took a screenshot of it last night, but I don't think it's going to be as good quality, and it's going to be a screenshot of the whole live. I can try.
yeah.
The what I'm told, and the person asked me to not share his work at this point. That's why I was trying to say that last night. So I don't think we should keep doing it, but I'll try to get permission to show some of the others. Um,
Okay, well then I won't share it.
Okay. So out of respect, yeah, won't do it.
yeah,
That's okay.
and I think when people put all this time in, when they're a professional, they're working full time, and then doing this, and this particular guy didn't want to make a monetization channel or even a channel at all. He just wanted to make a documentary or something. But I mean, that's years away, I think, if ever. But I did glean this from those conversations that um, it's a group of people that did it, and it was pre-planned, and that's supported by a lot of the evidence um, that you see from all these different areas. Linda Lane, the group truck, some of this footage they have from things going on beyond behind the house, and it's hard to get accurate information and imagery. So they worked to perfect it, and I don't know how they did it. And then the particular image I put up last night, I took a focusing tool myself, and for like a month worked on it, and tried to get a clearer picture. So the first time I showed it to a YouTuber, they put it up, and then he immediately requested uh, to not use his work, and I respect that. I mean, but I I thought um, for a long time that it's just not one person, and now with what you were showing in the police report tonight, I mean, I just don't believe Bryan was over there. If he was, he got lured and he drove into all that mess that we're seeing. Linda Lane, Taylor Avenue apartments right by that fire hydrant. Uh, and I just don't believe LE when they say it was a quiet night. There were people all over it. So that's kind of where I am today. Uh, uh,
You,
it,
you, one thing that I'll point out to the audience is there was a shoe size that was found of a size 9 or a size 10 in the house, and it was Van shoes, the type of brand, Van shoes, was the imprint of it. Bryan's shoe size is a 13, and there is nothing of Vans type shoes that we have been told about that were found. So there is a reason why you hear that there's some people just like Mike, and I'm sure there is many others in here who sit there and say multiple people did this. When you're talking about this was done in 9 minutes, I understand that some people say 16 minutes, but to me, once you look at the numbers of what the police report was, you get more down into about a 9-minute spill of getting into the house and getting out of the house. And to do that isn't exactly like, oh my gosh, this person was the Flash, but it was more so that this had to be someone who was really quick and clean in knowing what they were doing. Now the question becomes, does that line up with one person? Does it line up with who the suspect of Bryan is? That's up for you to, come up with on what your theory is.
and it doesn't really seem likely. I mean, Bryan doesn't strike you as a criminal. I mean, it didn't strike me that way, despite the character assassination about him that's all over the place. I mean, I picture him in his parents' house in Pennsylvania, and they crash in the doors at 3:30 a.m. and he's sitting there going, "What?"
Right?
So I I know we got pulled over on I-70 in Indiana twice, but I've driven that road, and there's cops everywhere, so I can see why they did that. I was suspicious, and apparently the FBI was involved day one, so we're seeing that in the documents released today or yesterday or whatever from Ray. Uh, and people have gone as far as saying, "Hey, wait a minute, the deputy prosecutor was kind of organizing things in a way that's not that awesome." And I'm going to contradict myself already. I'm like, so everyone's so sensitive, you know. But God bless her. She's got a hard job, and they were overwhelmed with information. And part of me hopes that they pulled off a miracle. They had no evidence, let's say, or not very much, and they did everything they could to find the person and courageously went forward. I just don't think so. We knew all this stuff 2 years ago. Now we're reading the actual documents and we're validated. So
Hmm.
I'm not involved in the legal profession in any way. So everything I say you have to take with a grain of salt. But it's common sense is what I'm thinking. Yes, Lila's in the comments saying hubris. Yeah, there's some hubris, and it's embarrassing. I don't think they should behave that way. I think whatever that law was in 1968 they passed that the police can lie to criminals, they've gone too far with that because they're lying all the way up into court and evading the truth, it seems. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox.
Well, I think you're spot on. And, for a long time we were called conspiracy theorists. And, we have fought the good fight of like, no, just things don't make sense. That's part of what's missing with this whole entire case is a lack of common sense from people, right? Like common sense tells you that if they're willing to go and run one individual's DNA through IgG and do, all of this footwork to get to this one person, that they should have done it for all the others. And if they didn't, that's a problem. Like that's just common sense, right? And I often will tell people, put yourself in the shoes of being Bryan's parent, right? Be his mom for a minute. Wouldn't you want to know that if your son is being accused of this heinous crime, that they have tested every other person that was possibly involved before they arrested your child? This is changing his life for the rest of his life, guilty or not, right? He's going forward. His life will never be the same. And I think that's a big issue with what law enforcement has done is I think they arrested him too quickly. They got his name on December 19th. They arrested him on December 29th or 30th. And in that entire time, they thought they had a whole case built. And then, made the comments of, oh, his car's going to be a petri dish of evidence. And then there was absolutely none. And then I think they backed themselves into a corner.
Yeah, it was terrible how they acted so quickly. Man, we're getting stormed out. Uh, You're right. They acted too quickly and um, maybe got a little overconfident there.
Mm-hmm. Now, for the demolish. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, does either one of y'all have the records of where it shows that Dylan added a contact at what was it, like 3 something a.m.?
At 3:51. Yeah,
Yes.
that is in the state's response to the limine. Um, let me pull up which one it is. It's the state's response to the limine, like the 911 limine, I believe. Um,
While she's looking it up, I'll just comment that I thought that's just too strange that she's, doing that because they originally told us that they were asleep and that Dylan was woken up 3 times. I guess more around 3 a.m., uh, not 4 a.m. And then they changed the timeline, but the picture was set in our minds that she was asleep and that the house was kind of silent and in came in whatever superhero came in and snuck out. Uh, but I just don't. It's clear now that she wasn't, uh, and I don't know that that changes anything. I haven't heard any uh, legal criticism or law enforcement criticism of Dylan or Bethany. They basically said that they were not involved, kind of from the first press conference.
so,
So
so it is the defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine, RE text messages, and testimony.
Are you able to show that image when you're
Yeah, you
in?
want me to show like the where it says that she added the.
Yeah, just so that people know that. So yeah, there you have at 3. So I'll read this off for you. So at 2:10, she sends a text to the Uber driver inquiring if he was driving. 3 minutes later, Dylan confirmed he was driving. At 2:53, who is MM? Is that Maddie?
Well, so I think until last night we assumed that MM was Maddie Mogen, but we also know that the DoorDash driver's initials are MM. So that was kind of the discussion we were having last night is this Maddie calling Bethany or is this the DoorDasher calling Bethany?
Great point. Great point. Glad that you said that because I would have went on thinking Maddie. So I'm glad that you said that because last night what my kick was is, hey, did anyone from this Uber ever actually come there or anything like that? And I never found record. The only thing that I was able to ever drill down is DoorDash at 3:59 a.m. But to go on with this to what I was bringing up is that at 3:51 a.m., Dylan creates a new contact in her phone. No one knows who it is, but that is questionable, and does it make a big question mark to me.
Very much so. And I think one of the things to point out, right, is at 2:10 DM text EG, which is Eric Gower. He is the driver that works at the college. His wife works for Moscow PD. He lived right next to Bryan Kohberger. Did an interview that he had dropped off Kaylee and Maddie at 1:56. So this is only 14 minutes in between when he dropped them off at the house and then Dylan is texting him to see if he's driving, which always has stood out to me, like that he was driving because he just dropped the girls off, unless of course she wasn't home.
yeah, that's a great point because it's that time period is longer than they're claiming that a single assailant was in the house. 14 minutes, and then so for a while I thought maybe she heard the original noises and wondered if they were home, kind of thing. Because some of the original stuff they told us was the noises were weird. Look at that. That's a beautiful spreadsheet. Who did that?
It's just one that I pulled up. So the only reason why I did this is just so that sister didn't have to sit there and hold her phone. By the way, there was a couple of people who tried joining. A lot of people do it by accident, but if you are someone who wants to come up, you're more than welcome to come up. But go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Hopefully you're able to retain your thought on what you were saying.
yeah, I was just kind of ad-libbing about maybe what she was doing, in support of her. What's the big deal if she, let's say, she put Eric's phone number in there because she really didn't know him. That's what they've claimed. So uh, maybe that expression, "Are you still driving?" meant that she knew that he was the driver that night, and um, she was pretty sure they got home, but with some weird noises. She was just making sure because she had opened her door for the first time. That's what I would have normally thought. But I guess we don't know what the three openings exactly were as of yet. The three Dylan bedroom door openings.
Well, I mean, initially, the reports were that she was asleep by that time and that she was awoken from a deep sleep at 4 a.m. But now we know that that's not the case. So I tend to think she already had Eric's number because she texted him at 2:10. You know, I don't know. I guess just
No,
timing wise.
you're right. You're right. That makes total sense. Tiny did say that last night. Yeah, you already had his number because you texted him. So, I mean, it's a stretch to think that she went on the university website, got the phone number for his little service that he provides, yada, yada, yada. I mean, that's just a whole bunch of activity that we're assuming a drunk person half asleep can't do. But, yeah, so I wonder who MM is for real, and who did she put in her phone?
Now my gut says that, I mean, this may not be a popular opinion, but my gut is saying that whatever number that she was putting in her phone, she was given to put into her phone by Quinn. Maybe Cole. Yeah, absolutely. But my next question with Cole would be, why would he have any contact with Dylan? Like, what would their connection be if it was Cole? Like, how did that transpire that she would be getting his number? He was what, 28 years old?
Yeah, and it's unlikely that he came over for a visit with Maddie. I don't think that happened. I mean, what do you think? Do you think because they've never mentioned Maddie's relationship was on the rocks or anything? So
Right. Yeah. To be honest, Mike, I'm really torn on that. I don't think we have enough about Cole um to really like know how he would fit into the picture. That being said, I think with the picture you showed us last night, the things that we were seeing on his social media, his body build, his history, being in the military, having access to tactical gear, being pretty buff, I tend to lean that direction. And I think Eric Gower is also one that just really has my attention as well. Something feels very off with him. I'd like to know if the two of them know each other.
yeah,
Couple couple things I just want to address real quick, and y'all can keep going. Couple things is that we don't know what that has not been divulged to us. What the conversations were when people called, nor like anything like this at 423, where There's Brittany's outgoing message in Snapchat. Like, what was that about? There's, even like a picture was taken at one point in time. We don't know what that picture was. Now, one thing that I do want to just quickly address is that, so I am a understanding person to why the police were not called until 8 hours later. I've been there in that situation. And there's fight, flight, freeze, fawn, all this type of different type of stuff that people react to. And it's nothing wrong to how you react. It's very important hopefully doing the right thing, but there's nothing wrong with how they handled it and talking to other people. I did the exact same thing before I actually called the police, before my wife called the police. So, or went up there giving her statement and all that stuff. So, but yes, I just want to let you know that is a possibility of what was going on. Could it be another possibility? Of course. But yeah, y'all can continue on.
I really do think ultimately that Bethany truly was maybe blindsided by all of this. I think her more so. I have less questions for her than I do Dylan, and I do want to say I think that law enforcement has thrown Dylan under the bus, um, and that's that's very unfair to her, because if this is truly like there was no nefarious behaviors on her part going on, they've really made her look like a liar, and that's not okay. So I do have questions for her, but more than anything, I think it's clarification questions, and that's right there. It starts right there with DM calling Eric Gower. Right, that seems to be whatever kicked everything off was something going on at that point in time. So I'd really like to know what they were discussing and why she contacted him.
Yeah, another thing that I have questions to is that where's the time that this starts? Where did she write and say? Yeah, so at 4:20 is like, or at 4:19 is when this starts, and that's like after the person left. So just throwing that in there for anybody to wonder about. Like, there's nothing of like they were writing as the things were taking place.
Well, that's where things get a little sticky. So at one point in time, there was a creator on here that was messaging with the father of Kaylee, and he disclosed to her in those messages that, and take it for what it is. You could believe it or not believe it. But he said one of the grand jurors that he spoke to told him that Dylan messaged Bethany. I think they unalived them.
Nope,
So if that's
that's
if
not what was said.
that is okay.
I have the messages. I have the messages.
Do you want to read what he said?
He said that there was a text that Dylan sent. He never clarified to whom. That Dylan said, I think someone unalived them. He doesn't clarify when it was sent. He doesn't clarify who she was texting.
Okay. Well, then I stand corrected. I apologize. Dylan texted somebody. Regardless, it's the same information. So she texted somebody, I think they unalived him, or somebody unalived them, along those lines. So clearly we don't have that. This says it's an incomplete list of, all of the messages that will come out at court. And I think that will be very interesting. And if that's the case, it's going to be very difficult for her to explain why she would say that and then not
Well,
and did not call 911.
well, for two things. We don't know anything that Steve said in those messages was accurate. Steve, he's just a father looking for answers. He's getting, people are constantly messaging him and sending him information. And so we don't know if he really spoke to a grand jury member or if somebody trolled him. We just don't know. And based on the other things he said in those messages, like Bethany saw someone running from the house in like shorts or like his underwear or whatever. We found out that's not true. So I don't think we can put any stock in any of those messages. Number one. Number two, hold on.
Yep.
In another document, it says Dylan testified to the grand jury that she was woken up at approximately 4 a.m. to music and singing and people talking, which we've never heard that before. But if she woke up and heard that kind of activity, it would seem less odd when she sees someone 15 minutes later leave the house.
I mean, Steve is also the one that said that the grand jury said that they were texting while it happened, and nobody believed it. But then, lo and behold, here
But we
are.
knew that. We knew that from the PCA. That wasn't news. We knew
They
that from the
didn't say that they
PCA.
were No, PCA doesn't say that they were texting during it. They said that they did a forensic dump of their phone to help them establish a timeline. If we're
right,
to
but one of the reasons they would do, one of the ways they would do that is through their texts.
well, sure, but no, that didn't come out, and that's not what was. They didn't say that they were texting during it. All they
Okay.
said is that their forensic download helped them with a timeline.
Okay.
So someone was asking, did she go to sleep after she created the new contact? I mean, if she did, I mean, it's just going to go off of her word if she says it like that. But, I'm not, based upon this, if I see someone texting till, all the way to 4:27 or still doing things at 4:37, like, I don't know when the girl went to sleep.
Right. I mean, she could have, I guess, fallen asleep between 3:52 and then 4 a.m. when she was awoken from her own words, a deep sleep, which, I mean, you don't fall asleep into a deep sleep in 8 minutes. So,
Maybe.
But you might if you're drunk. You might pass out. I would call that a deep sleep if you pass out.
I have to shout in and say drunk might even be an understatement with that list of alcohol. I mean, that's a tremendous amount of intake in whatever time frame they're saying. They said that night, but I'm assuming it means post football game on Saturday.
Yeah, but we don't know the time frame of how long she'd been drinking. And don't forget, she's 5'10". She could have a very different tolerance level than someone who's like 5'4".
Yeah, but I'm not criticizing her. I'm saying that might even validate some of the confusion.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Yeah, I agree.
buzzed and half asleep, and the noise is some singing, and then some quietness after that, and then one strange dude. Then you're like, you could say maybe I'm a man, you know.
You kind of like you what's the word I'm looking for? You kind of like went staticky, and I couldn't hear the last part.
I said that could be that could be the truth of the matter, that she was, pretty wasted,
Mm-hmm.
Uh, she heard singing, like you said, and people like camaraderie more than
Mm-hmm.
violence. And then half asleep, half drunk, let's say, if
Mm-hmm.
that's. And then you see one dude. One of the times you open it, the original story where she opened the door and said, "Shut the heck up," and then you see some weird dude that's not totally out of place, and you go lay back down, and then you text Bethany because no one
Mm-hmm.
else. That is kind of what the police are saying.
You cut out there again at the very end. I'm sorry.
I apologize. My microphone isn't the best. I'm getting it fixed in a couple days, and then we're having tornado warnings. So how's that? Any better?
Yes, much
Yeah.
better.
Okay. The yeah, that's kind of what the cops are saying. Le and the prosecutor. It kind of went down that way. That's why I'm saying it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if she woke up and heard Xana on TikTok.
Like laughing, or or
What? Well, just listening to somebody's like TikToks, and that's what she hears. That's the voices and the music and the laughing. Like that's what she hears. But she also heard Murphy, right? Because she says she heard Kaylee and Murphy go up the stairs.
I don't
yeah,
think I recall her saying that she heard Murphy going up the stairs. I know she said she heard Kaylee go up the stair, down the stairs, and then back up the stairs, saying somebody is here,
It was reversed. She went up the stairs with Murphy and then came running back down.
and then went back up.
Yes.
yeah. It was three. I remember it being three movements, three orchestral maneuvers in the dark.
What document is it that says that she heard Kaylee and Murphy? I know she said that she thought she heard them playing upstairs, but coming down the
I don't
stairs.
know. I just did a video with the piece from the document. I don't from probably something about the bushy eyebrows.
The
Like the
women
one of them
about the
called
bushy
like named
eyebrows.
one of them named like the state's response to bushy eyebrows or something like that.
Yeah, I remember hearing it in court as well. One of the, I think it was the defense attorney saying, the three that she had, Dylan had three interviews, and they weren't exactly the same, and then they had the three movements of what they thought was Kaylee, downstairs, upstairs, whatever.
Yeah, Ann Taylor was saying that, well, it couldn't have been her because that victim was unalived up in the bedroom, but they say that Dylan was unequivocal that it was Kaylee.
So I guess that would go to the timeline then.
That would, did you say throw the timeline?
It would go to timeline. It,
Yes. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the like 407, like it's just such a short window of time and for so much to happen before he got in there, meaning Dylan wakes up, she hears the music and the talking and Kaylee's taking the dog out or Kaylee's downstairs with the dog and then going back. It's a lot of activity.
yeah, that is quite a bit for crammed in from 4 to 4:20. Let's say.
Right? It's not even 4 to 4:20, like 4 to 4:07.
Right. Well, we know
That
that car didn't even stop moving until 407.
is that Murphy barking in the background.
No, that's my. Oh, we is that a joke? Was that a joke? That's my dog. She has a cough, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it was a joke. I was just kidding. So
Oh,
the
thank you. No, it's just her. Come here, baby.
so
Um,
did you hear us talking about MM? There's a second MM listed in the new stuff.
a second MM. Isn't that
Yeah.
the DoorDash driver?
Yeah, that's what everyone's saying, but they haven't fully verified it yet. But I was wondering who that is, if you knew who that was.
I thought it said MM and then after, in parentheses, DoorDash driver.
Actually, I think not to be nitpicking, but I think it says EG, DoorDash driver, and then MM.
It says MM parentheses DoorDash end of parentheses EG.
Oh,
But
the other way.
they have it all together in between one set of commas. So yeah, I guess you could say that either MM or EG were DoorDash drivers. I don't know. I don't know if it's an error or what, but MM is first.
So what I'm going to do just for a moment, I'm going to play the 911 call so people can collect their thoughts on that, because some people have not heard the entire 911. So I'm going to play that.
11:55 a.m. 42 seconds, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency.
Can y'all hear that fine?
It's very faint. For me, at least.
Okay, hold on just a second then.
– 42 seconds, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency.
Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number?
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi, this is.
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, Bethany, we gotta go check. But we have to. Is he passed out? She's not waking up.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you. What's wrong?
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
Yes, 20 here, 20.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
You need to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello.
Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again. There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one. I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, you have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
11:59 a.m. or
So there's the entire 911 call. I do want to state that I have a someone in here who's a dispatcher for another state, and they did make it very clear that it was mishandled and how this was done. Just throwing that out there. You can take however you want. I know there's some people that say that the dispatcher did not mishandle that. That's fine if you do, but I just want to let you know that there is people that are, I know of one person who is a dispatcher, and it is, to them, this is mishandled.
I gotta say, it's awful just to hear it again. Somebody was down there saying Hunter will probably be freaked out his whole life, traumatized his whole life. I'm traumatized just hearing him express things.
So, yeah, I'm with you, man. PTSD is a horrible thing that happens. So, yeah, I hope that each one of these people has obtained a therapist to deal with that type of stuff. Now, I know that there was no mention of, like, hey, we're seeing blood, we're seeing stabs, wounds, nothing like that. And, you know, you also have the crime scene being touched, several people in the house as well.
Yeah, you know, that's just a shame. It seemed like Ellie was trying to say it wouldn't matter anyway. You know?
One thing, also, I will say this. It does sound like, and I'm about to go through and read this, but it does sound like someone in the background says, "Get out." To me, that makes me wonder if someone sat there and realized they had been stabbed and this is now really bad. This isn't someone that's passed out from being drunk.
I
You can
believe
you
it
can
was
hear him
Hunter.
scream. Yeah, you can hear him scream.
Yeah, he's telling the girls to get out. Like he didn't want them to see. He didn't want them to see what he just saw.
Right, and that's why he didn't mention anything, because he didn't want them to hear it. That's why he was like, I can't talk to them right now. You need to talk to them, because I don't know where I heard it. I don't know if it was Bratz Live, but at that point, law enforcement showed up and he had to talk to them. But he was, that's what Kaylee's dad said as well, that he was being very intentionally vague.
Well, I mean, between when he says, "Go, get out of here," and when the officer is on scene is about a minute. So, you know, it happened very, very quickly. He wouldn't have even had to have said anything to the girls other than get them out of there because law enforcement was almost always already there.
Yeah, I think I heard the shock in his voice. Did you guys hear?
Oh, for sure.
And then they kind of hand him the phone, and there's a moment of miscommunication back and forth, and he goes, "Sorry, they just handed me the phone," and then he says, doesn't know what to say because he's kind of in shock, and then she goes, "Is she breathing?" And he's like, "No." Uh, but I think the other times I heard it, I thought, why wouldn't he go? Yeah, it's worse than that, but he probably was speechless in a way. He just eked out a no and then wanted to get off the phone.
So one thing that I do want to bring to attention. So y'all, a lot of y'all know about my wife's situation. So when I first seen my wife, I knew, like, looking back at it, I knew there was blood. But in the moment, like, it didn't register on me until a time later. So, when they're sitting here shaking the body, whatever, if that's what's going on, and they don't mention blood, I understand it's a type of thing that your mind does. For some people, other people it doesn't. Some people pay attention to things like that. Or they do like I did, and they look back on it, and they're like, dagnam, it was all, like, right there, all the signs were.
Yeah, Tiny, I can't tell if that's him that says it or if that was the officer that said it.
Wow. That's an important part. When does he say it? Like after he says get out?
Yeah, but it's like a little bit later. You have to listen to the one where people cleaned up the background noise, and then you can kind of hear like the more quiet parts. But in all the times that I've listened to it, I thought that it was the police officer that said it, and then one of the girls repeated, "X is dead."
Yeah, to me, I felt it was him that said it, not the officer. And that's why I went pulling up this record to see if there is anything like that. I'm sure. I mean, obviously, that once this gets started, it's going to be said.
Oh, absolutely.
By the way, if anyone else jumps up here, just jump right on. Like,
I'm going to pop down for a few minutes. I got to charge my phone. It's about ready to die. I'll pop back up in about 10. After I charge my phone.
All right. I appreciate you, sister.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope you have a wonderful and blessed night, girl. Trying to see. So, for the other two people, Kara and Tessa, did you have any questions, thoughts? All right. Let's read through. Y'all just interrupt me if y'all have anything to say. I'm going to read off comments. Jen said, why are they talking about Xana? What about the other roommates? I'm with you on that. How was that going in there? So did they not know about the other ones? So, but you would sit there and be like, come on, you got to know. Like, you would have been walking around the rest of the house, checking on that. So I'm with you on that. So what's up, Tay, man? Good to see you. Thank you, everybody, for the gifts. There was one person who subscribed way earlier. Thank you, Lizzie, for staying as a 11th month subscriber to the war. Deadpool community team spicy. Appreciate it. Why did Dylan say poor Kaylee? Yeah, I guess that's speculation. If anyone has any ideas, feel free to interrupt me or say in the comments. Zoe says, true. Certainly check on the other roommates. I would feel that as well. Jen said, if something was wrong with one roommate, why not let the others check on them? Yep. Yeah, that's odd for saying poor Kaylee. Melly said, I don't think she saw poor Kaylee. Maybe. Where's Kaylee? Maybe. Let's see. I feel like they already knew what happened. They just needed Hunter to confirm. Very much. And that could be your mind, doing that. So.
It does appear that way, and it might be safe to assume that, yeah, they kind of knew. They didn't want to believe it. And I think character was saying that the doors were closed, and then maybe therefore it follows that the police are the ones that opened them.
It's I think it was like maybe 2 years ago. Kaylee's mom went on the Drunk Turkey podcast, and she said that Hunter had told her that it was Ethan in front of the door. This is where all the confusion about Ethan was in the doorway, Ethan's throat, blah, blah, blah. And it was actually Xana that was blocking the door. So it sounds like they tried to get in and either couldn't get in at all, or the door opened just a crack and they maybe saw Xana like lying on the floor or something and said, oh God, that's when they called Emily. And then 5 minutes later, they called 911.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. Hunter can just push open the door and get a glimpse of both of them, and that's enough. He's like, everybody get out.
Yeah, I'm like you, Mike. I feel that Hunter took over the situation and realized how bad it was, and that was his response.
Oh yeah, it makes sense. You don't want to see that, get out. And then, well, who is saying that? Like people were saying that you can hear in the background someone says X is unalive, or can you tell who's saying that in the background, or does it matter? It's almost like it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I couldn't tell exactly who it was that was saying it in the background.
What was interesting was we hear Hunter say, Xana, Ethan, it's me. And then we hear he gets in there and he says, Xana, oh my God. And then you hear the scream. So it sounds like when you first got in there, it wasn't immediately obvious what had happened.
Thanks, Tessa.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we're going with traumatic experiences, like a lot of people want everyone to adopt. Okay, these people were traumatized. If we focus on Hunter for a second, he's not going to be able to process all that, in a few seconds, and You can't really blame him. How do you accept that? So then going backwards in time, what everyone is saying is, hey, Dylan and Bethany aren't going to be able to process that either with just audibles. Confusing audibles in their house, their particular house.
You know, Portia brings up a good point, that the way that when she calls 911, she knows that she's passed out and not waking up. So, you know, how was that realization? And then she goes back to it.
Well, I guess I don't think it's overly critical of her to say, hey, she was in denial a bit, you know?
Yep. Again, yep. I cannot stress enough how people's minds are different. You know, some people pay attention to the details like that, or their mind lets them know exactly what they're into. Some people's minds realize it and they're like, you just need to get out of here, and that's what it's trying to do. There's a lot of things that goes on in people's minds. By the way, thank you, Tessa, for showing that. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Trisha, feel free to jump in if you'd like to. Where was the sirens? I don't know. That's a fair question.
They were only like a couple minutes away, from what I understand.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that they were only a couple of minutes because the 911 call was only 4 minutes long, and the police got there within about 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
They interviewed the first police officer on the scene, and he said he walked up to a sea of people and an atrocious smell.
See, so, and that stinks because a lot of people contaminated evidence.
How do we know that?
That there was a sea of people there?
That's the words that he used. The first responding officer was at MPD. There was an interview with him early on, and he said he was at it's the campus division of MPD, Moscow Police Department. So he was right there, 3 minutes drive over, and was first on the scene. And he was actually the lead detective at that point. They reassigned it to.
But at the time that law enforcement showed up, it was only Hunter and Emily.
No, there was other people there because, the phone was being passed around to several people just in the 911 call.
Right, Emily and Hunter and Bethany and Dylan.
To me, it sounds like there's two different guys.
I don't think so. There's only one male voice.
No, there was two different male voices to me.
What part was the other male voice?
I can play the whole entire thing again, but to me, I heard several people. And there's also, the possibility. Is it Evan? Thank you, sister.
Well, and I'm not trying to be argumentative character. It's just that's what the guy said. So I pictured, read it, and I read it a few times.
Yeah, I'm like you, Mike. Trisha, did you mean to come up here? I don't know if you know that you're in the box.
There could have been a sea of people outside. That doesn't mean they were in the house.
Yeah, that's to say. That's what I gathered. They were in the front yard, And well, yeah, he goes on to say that they were gathered in groups together. So I pictured a couple or three small circles, and then one person said the word DEAD as he was going into the house. So that may be why he gets in. I don't know where Hunter, the two survivors, but I'm assuming downstairs. Uh, but I think you can hear the policeman at the end of that. He says, "I think we have an unaliving here."
I'm trying to think if there's anything really worth mentioning. I think this kind of really helps people to know the. You're all good, Trisha. To know the whole entire things of just the facts, from hearing the entire police report, hearing the entire 911 call. I think this, can help a lot of people in understanding things and not just going off of something that a random creator says just for clickbait, and it's something that's totally wrong. Yeah, so, y'all know where I'm at. I see this as a hung jury. Anytime I've done polls on any of the questions I asked throughout tonight and weeks past, it's always more of the majority, between 60 to 90%, who sit there and they're scratching their head on things. So,
Yeah. So do you think we should move to, what is that, Linda Lane in the photo? Do you have some things about Linda Lane?
yeah, so this is Linda Lane. I showed earlier, the direction that the camera was pointed, is this direction, and off on the left-hand side is where you see the building. There is a lot of walking traffic that you see onto this building, even starting all the way at midnight, continuing on to go throughout the night. You'll see people who walk across from here. There's one point that Tiny brought to our attentions at well into 12 o'clock. So this is long before the murders happened, but you do have where there was headlights or headlamps or flashlights that a few people were carrying, and either they were searching for something. Some people, were wondering, hey, are they carrying something? There's a lot of questions to what was going on then. And some people will sit there and say, hey, that's totally irrelevant. It was other people. That's all it is. You are in a college area, and there's people that are going to walk back and forth. So no one exactly knows, but some people speculate, and I can show y'all that if y'all want to.
Yeah, whatever you would like to, we can kind of go with that. I was wondering, in your overhead picture, is one of the, the road apartments? There's two, people jokingly call them the pillboxes or something. Is one of those shorter than the other? Is that a tree in the way, and they're the exact same length?
Yeah, so you're right. There's trees in the way. This isn't like where you're going to drive through. That's why you see the white Elantra or the white suspect vehicle one come in here a few times, and they turn around in the spot and leave. It's not like they loop around.
Okay. But when the 1330 camera is on from that direction, is that area where you see a lot of movement? Is that on the top building or the bottom building? or do you know?
So it is on the building right here is where you see a lot of shadows. You'll see the shadows sometimes go in this direction, and then sometimes you'll actually get to where you'll see like a person face the camera and their eyes light up, like in a supernatural show.
Okay. And where your arrow was just pointing, that's where the second stairwell is going down to Taylor
Yes.
Madison Road.
Yep.
Okay.
So like right here is where you have the house on the left, which is this right here.
Okay, got it.
Really started to change when colleges and universities really started focusing on specific areas of study rather than general curriculum. Citizens used to go to school
Don,
and learn how to be good
Photon, I don't know if you meant to come up or not, but we hear the TV in the background. May have been an accident.
Could answer all those questions.
I'm turning it off right now, sir.
You're good. Feel free to ask any questions if you'd like.
I've never seen you have chat requests in your live, so I'm glad to be on top. What are we talking about?
Good. We're talking about the Idaho 4 case. What's up, Tay, man? Good to see you, brother.
I just came in because I felt like it. Ain't even gonna lie.
Good to see you, brother. So a lot of people know that I've been here on TikTok for 3 years. It is rare that I ever have someone come up in the guest box, and definitely never this type of numbers.
That's why I came up. Because you never have the boxes open.
You know I'm going to shut it down.
Don't kick me.
So let's go into this. This is at 12:30 is when you can see someone that's going to be walking across here. Do I not have it in play? There we go. So you'll start to see someone here in a little bit. Now, again, this is 12:30. Yes, this is real. Has to be. I mean, everything lines up. I went and pulled the Zillow area. So here you have the headlights coming in. And I did see the parking lot. And this lines up exactly the layout. But you'll see, so someone shines a light again. It's reflecting off the window up there. I wish I could zoom in more on this. Shining it more onto the house. Now here they come walking up. You still have where it's shining more on and off of the house. And here soon you will see them come into play. But to me, this means that, regardless if this is something or not, this is, someone who is searching for something in the area with slow movement, and they hang around this spot for a little bit. Think of BK's report. What do you mean his report? Same video that shows 3 other people that right. Yes, that is correct, Ashley. So later on, it's like 3 something, I want to say, or maybe it's 4 something. And I was meaning which report, Pibbs. Sorry. But you will see some shadows cross through here. 3 shadows. That paper. I haven't read that paper yet. I don't know. Has anybody, Mike, have you read that one?
I just skimmed the stuff that was there. Um, I didn't think it was that damning. I guess the conundrum is going to be, um, you got a guy in criminology, and his papers are logged, and some of those questionnaires he did were for a university study. So uh, I'm aware of the idea that you know, he messed himself up by studying this awful stuff. Uh, but I think that'll be the issue in the pretrial stuff here is like, why is this condemning of a person? Uh, so sorry if that's not so helpful.
No, that is helpful because it's a view, and for me, I sit there and I'm like, oh, you stupid ad. I look at it as here he is for his PhD. Regardless if he decided on that subject to write about or not. He still had to pick a topic to write about, and it was one he wanted to pick out. Y'all give me just a minute. Let me give a shout out to Tayman sending 20 subscriptions to everyone. So thank you so much, Tayman, for doing this. Greatly do appreciate it. So Kells, Imoni, Twisted Tammy, Sister Sledge, that's a nice one. RCB 81, Kendall, let's go. Mayor 02, Jen 0143, Robert E. Frill. You also have Mike Wimmer, Fluter Tutor, what a name. Amy Bernard, Tiny. I got Tiny Ancestor in here. And Cajun Girl, let's go. Tara, Jill Bean, let's go. Jeep and Nana, Annie, Crystal, Truitt, Elisa, Kelly, and Tim. Y'all all received, or Tim actually extended his subscription, so thank you, Tim, for that. But everyone else, you were just gifted a subscription by Tayman. Thank you so much, Tayman, for doing that. Greatly do appreciate it. And to all,
because I'm up here now, so I can tell you. I wanted to do the shout out, but then I remembered I can't read names that good, so I was like, I'll just let him do it.
Go ahead. You.
Yeah, I was thinking about it when I got the subs. I was thinking about that, but then I was like, oh shit, I can't read. So I was like, that made no sense. But anyways, we're good.
Too funny, man. I can't read names either. I probably pronounced, probably 80% of those wrong.
Yes, I love it.
I appreciate you doing that, brother.
Get back to it.
Yeah, so thank you, Trisha, for the rainbow. I appreciate that. Never seen that. Thank you, everybody else who is sending gifts. I appreciate all of y'all being in here, the comments, the likes. Appreciate everybody being respectful. So far, no drama. I said so far because it seems like it happens once in a while, especially during this type of thing. You get people that are, they get into their feels with being upset, and it's like you got to remember to separate yourself out of the passion that you have. Kins, yeah, I'll throw you up. Big Saint said he'll start drumming.
How many boxes total? Is it like 8 or 10? Or?
I'm not sure how many boxes it allows me on here.
Well, I was going to say Tiny wanted to come up too, but I can drop for a few and charge my earbuds. But we'll see what she comes back around in the comments.
I'll get. Don, I'm going to drop you, but I appreciate you being up here, brother. I'm not sure if he's still there or not. But yeah, Don, I appreciate you, man. Good to see you, man. Hope you have a wonderful time and stick around.
No, I appreciate you calling me up. I thought we was talking about more current political aspirations, but the Idaho 4 is a little outside of my wheelhouse because it's old and it's just a case. We've got way more current things going on that I'll still sit back and listen to. I'm curious to see everybody's feedback, but thanks for having me, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Don. I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe one night I'll do the political stuff. I don't know. It always seems to get out of hands from the other lives I get into. People get real caught up in Phil's at that point. Bye, buddy. All right, Tiny, you got to come up. Put your request in. You're not going to sit there and threaten to come up and then not come up. So for those who don't know who Tiny is, I mean, all these people well respected, but Tiny, the thing that I admire out of Tiny is that she will pull up documents and read straight from the horse's mouth. So, Tiny, where you at? When you coming up?
She's joining the peace and silence, she was saying.
I don't care. She's coming up if she likes it or not.
Well, while we're waiting for her, I was going to say, I think if people don't know, this is the 1330 Linda Lane camera. It's about 280 feet from the 1122 house. This camera looks at the parking lot, and then up in the left corner, which people are talking about, there's suspicious movement, let's just say. That is kind of near the middle of the two buildings, but a little bit on what would be the south building. And there's a walkway in between, which goes right to Dylan's bedroom practically. Yeah, you can see where we're going there. And that's, even though it's Linda Lane Apartments, the dark gray on this map, the big white long ones are Queen Road Apartments. And I think the third white building, smaller, is part of Queen Road Apartments. That was where they said there might be a camera, number 58, Queen Road Apartments. And then the gray below that is Taylor Avenue, and beyond that is the famous fire hydrant where they found a black jacket that people suggest is Maddie Mogen's. And then over to the left of the two elongated whites, there's kind of an empty space now where they tore the house down, much to everyone's dismay. And then I don't know what else to point out. Top left of this map, the purple building is Sigma Chi. Just to the left of that is AGR fraternity. And beyond that, the water tower and that's President Green's mansion to the left of the water tower. And those woods is the Arboretum area, which gives me the creeps. Not because I don't love animals and arboretums, but I don't know, it just bothers me. But and then once you go back down to the houses, I don't know what else to point out.
Here, I got something for you. This is something else that we can do. We can go back in time. So like right now, you don't see the house there. When you go back in time, you see, April is 2023, and then July 2022. You see the house here. So that is something I can do if anybody says they have a reason. What is up, Tiny? Thank you, Mike, for explaining that, brother.
You are so sweet. Thanks for saying that about me. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
And everybody in the comments, you guys are showing so much love. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jill Bean and Tay-Man. I appreciate y'all with the gifts and everybody else. So, Tiny, what other information are you going to throw at us tonight?
I was just, going through documents, comparing from earlier documents and rereading the AT&T document because I'm just like, I'm absorbing it more. I looked up, so there's an affidavit for a Josiah Roloff. That's going to be called during the hearing, and he does a forensic on like the conversation. So going to be the expert in the text and the phone calls. So that's interesting. I'm pretty sure it's probably just going to be a matter of hearsay or whatnot, but I think we hopefully will learn more about those conversations. Hopefully we'll learn more about those conversations and what he was able to pull from those. That should be interesting. April 9th. Oh, I can't hear anything.
Oh, no, I was just going to sit there and say I agree with you.
Oh, I'm like, it went radio silent.
I felt like there was something else I was going to pull up as well.
There's responding to Tiny a little bit. Yeah, I guess there were some things today, some emails from one of the investigators to the deputy prosecutor, and that 2 days after they were focused on the AT&T microdata reports, which can give you, better locations. And unfortunately, AT&T wasn't doing that until 2023, even collecting the data, but they were able to obtain some data, it appears, and long before. I mean, it looks like even before the first, what was it, 3 days before they did a press conference. So, but that was over on YouTube, was being discussed a lot when I was there earlier, but then I got tied up in other things. Did you happen to see any of that, Tiny?
The dumpster videos, yeah. Which I think is super interesting because, they said it was a quiet night and, there's a lot going on around that area. And, hopefully, I want to hope that they looked into that footage and figured out who and what it was. But, I don't have much faith in the investigation or the truth in the investigation.
I'm over here searching.
That's just my opinion.
I'm over here searching for the dumpster video. That's why I'm quiet.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, it'd be nice to see those and kind of unpack it together.
Yeah. Yep. Is there a lot of people in the chat that have not seen the dumpster video? Will this be new to you?
So Tiny, can we
Ask which
your theory?
dumpster video we're referring to?
So if you go, the picture of the Linda footage that we're seeing right now. Oh, hold on. He's gonna play it. I'll explain it in a minute.
Dan, can you hear that engine? Whew. I think I saw that that's a BMW MX-6. That's the engine.
Yeah, that's speculation. Does purr.
Which
Like
way does that vehicle turn and what time was that? Just curious.
Timing of this is at 12:44 a.m. I'm not sure of the address, I'm sorry, but it does say Linda Lane for dumpster, so yeah, I'm not sure exactly where at on Linda Lane.
No, you're definitely right. The reason why I chimed in is mainly because I was up there in that time period. I graduated in 2024. Um, I previously lived on 619 West Taylor Ave, and then before that, during the murders, I lived on 1119 King Road. And so, I saw directly down the street. I saw all that road that you're seeing, I'm very familiar with because that's just kind of the past stuff. So, I mean, just something that to put into perspective, I was at that Sigma Chi party and I didn't leave until around 1:45, to which I went to my apartment, which is facing directly down the road of King Road. So it's obviously 1119, and we were in the basement portion of it, which there's three separate portions. So, I mean, if you're hearing anything before 3 in the morning, 3:30, it's most likely going to be people coming back from the bars, people coming from different house parties, people coming from different white apartment parties, people coming from different fraternity parties. Because, I mean, if Simkai is throwing a party, girls are going to be there and girls are going to be allowed in, but fraternity men are not, and all the other fraternities are going to be partying as well. So there's a lot of different things going on. So it's just really hard to single that down when there are quite a few, stagnant individuals that are going to be walking around and going around during these times of night, especially on a Saturday where they don't even have school the next day. But, I just figured I would share.
Yeah, that's good insight. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So
So
did I?
you were at the Sigma Chi party, you said?
Yes, I was. Yeah, I left around 1:30, 1:45 with my friend Lily, whom lived in the apartment with me, and we actually said goodbye to, I mean, we were friends with Xana, but Ethan was right next to her. We said bye to Xana as we were heading down the stairs of the Sigma Chi, straight forward through the field to our apartment.
Okay, that's good to know. It's interesting. Is there, obviously there's rumors going around. Do you feel comfortable either confirming or denying any rumors about the Sigma Chi party? Completely understandable if you're not comfortable with it.
I mean, I don't have any problem with confirming or denying anything. The only thing is that, I'm one of, 100 plus people that have filtered in and out of that party, so I only have one perspective.
True. You're also like one of 100 that are speaking out.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm just, what kind of question? I don't even know what kind of rumors. This isn't even a part of my knowledge of knowing the rumors about the Sigma Chi party.
I think the biggest one would be that there was an argument at the party between Ethan and Loach.
Oh. I wouldn't say that it was an argument. I would say that they were probably just drunkenly conflicting with each other. I don't know if a tiff is the right word, where, when you get drunk and you just kind of have an altercation where it's just like, okay, we're not doing something like that. And this isn't even from my first perspective. This is just because people came from the side and were like, oh yeah, no, there was an argument happening, but there was nothing physical going on. There was no altercation that created any concern. It was just, I think the best way to describe it is ego on ego,
Yeah,
and just
like visible
Yep.
tension.
Yeah, just who's the bigger man. It had nothing to do with anything deeper than that.
Gotcha. Was that like a long-standing thing? It was just like a known thing between
No,
them?
it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, it was more like one of them in the past had experienced an emotional connection with a girl, and then now, so in the future, the other is with that gal. So there was just some, not intentional, but they needed to experience that. It was just more about, yeah,
Oh,
again,
wow.
ego v ego. So it's nothing like going along the lines of, you know
Wow.
what I mean.
Yeah, yeah. Are that's interesting. Are you aware of, some 4chan posts regarding some of the frat guys?
I mean, yeah, but
Yeah,
also as a part of that community. So I also know those frat guys
yeah,
specifically.
yeah.
And
It's
so,
just it's just in one of the, so 4chan is 4chan, right? And it's like Reddit. It's like you read something and you don't really know if there's merit to it, or how much of it um you can really take into consideration. So, and I think that with this case, it's really been across all kinds of social platforms, and I'm sure you're seeing, just like all of us, what that can do to a case.
mhm,
So we talk about posts like that, and misinformation and rumors and all of that stuff. I think the case is kind of confusing to a lot of us, and so we try to make sense of it with rumors sometimes, to
yeah,
see, like, does that fit? And just what you had said about the girl situation, it kind of puts some merit to at least a portion of that Reddit thread.
yeah. And
Yeah,
I mean, having been up there, again, like Moscow was completely changed
yeah,
during that period of time. The entire mindset completely changed. You would never have expected that. My grandpa went to U of I, my dad went to U of I, my older brother, who is a year and a half older than me, went to U of I and graduated a year early, just right before everything happened. So, this is very close to home. This is something that we never would have expected. You know, all
yeah,
the people that were living in that house did not have anything that was holding them back. Every single one of them, had a future and had dreams and all of the above. And the last thing that any of us would have expected was, especially within that tight knit area where we almost knew everybody around us, which at the end of that Linda Lane, there's actually a cop that lives in one of those apartment buildings, because we see his cop car he is basically like an undercover cop car that he just uses, and he parks there, and we know that because we had sound complaints at one of our sorority member houses, out of houses
yeah,
kind of thing, where we know, okay, yeah, we don't want to bother this cop guy because he's
yeah,
working nights. We don't want to bother him. So there was definitely, people that were living around that area. So it fully just went over everybody's heads. The amount of times that I've worried, oh my gosh, there's no way that BK didn't even see me or my friends. I've walked home by myself to the sorority when I was living within the sorority from parties over where in that area. And, there's just so much anxiety, and you just have to understand that, that period of time, especially at University of Idaho, especially being one of the only universities that allows freshmen to live within fraternity and sorority houses. Because if you look it up, majority of Panhellenic and interfraternal communities don't allow freshmen to live in. University of Idaho does, and so people live in their first experiences, and so that's that they're thrown into that party world right away, and we don't really know how to handle our alcohol, and it's just known to be this big party community. So,
right.
like them getting noise
Party.
complaints makes sense. So
Of course, yeah,
it's
yeah,
hard because, I mean, on the Saturday that we were experiencing, everybody up there, especially when you live in Idaho, knew that it was probably going to snow soon. So everybody's going out. Everyone's wearing those tiny little tank tops that they can the last time that they can, and they're staying
Right?
out late. And so that's what's really hard, is that, we can look at all the security footage we can, but the amount of different people that were not only out and about, but could have even been, and I hate to say it, blacked out walking around, could, affect any perspective of it. So it's really hard.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Um, I mean, I really appreciate you sharing your insight and your information. The undercover, is this, are you comfortable telling us which cop? I'm probably sure it's going to be one that we've heard in the case.
I mean, I'm not particularly sure what you're asking.
Which cop lived at Linden Lane? I'm sorry, I
Oh,
wasn't so
yeah,
clear.
no, I'm not sure. He had come over from, like, he literally walked over one day and was like, "Hey guys, I just, that noise complaint," and he knocked on the door and he was just stating that, and we had already noticed that there was a undercover cop car that was sitting right next to it. So it was just more about, within the 3 years that our sorority had been trading off that apartment building, we had known that there has been a cop that lives there, because he has made himself aware that he does live there, and then we better not, make too much of a noise complaint, or else he will make sure that's taken care of, kind of thing. So it was more about, again, small town kind of thing. So we didn't even know. We just knew that there was somebody that lived there that worked at the police station usually
Yeah,
during
yeah.
that time.
So he kind of like came over and just kind of wanted to throw a slight intimidation. Like,
Yes,
hey, just so you
definitely.
know,
He
I
was
live
definitely
here.
much younger too, because there's no way anyone's living over there if they're able to pay, rent at a apartment building or something like that. So he was definitely younger, and probably within his first few years at the police department or something like that. So
I think, isn't like well, so isn't Rosendahl a little younger? And I don't know if you can answer that, or, I think Rosendahl is on the younger side, if I'm not.
you, I honestly think that people that are haven't lived in Moscow know more about the police officers' names and experience than I do. Because the most experience prior to this was about, them trying to pull over drunk college students, hoping that they're minors to give them MIPs so that they could finish their quota. You know what I mean? That's like
Yeah.
the main thing that even ever happened. So the fact that any of this happened, that's all we even know about. Just, oh, okay, avoid
Yeah, I
trouble
mean,
with
listen,
underage drinking.
yeah, I think that's like across the board. I feel like any one of us would feel like, you never ever think it's going to happen so close to home, right? This is the stuff that you see on the news and you hear, scrolling TikTok and stuff, but it's never you, right? It's never your people. And that's scary. It's scary because you never know. Um, I God, I'm like made of question. I don't want to bombard you. I hope you don't feel bombarded at all. I just, you're very wise. You're level-headed, and the information that you're giving us is good. So,
Okay,
did Bryan come out of left field for you?
One thing real quick, because I love that. I appreciate you, Ken's doing this. Really greatly do. If there is anybody who can step down because there's a couple of people who would like to come up, and I'm sure it's probably to engage with Ken's.
Yeah, Kens, can I just say thank you very much for coming up, and you're very brave to say what you are saying at this exact moment.
Thanks.
What did I miss? If you
So,
can do a brief.
yeah. So Ken's goes to the university. She was at the Sigma Chi party that night. She gave us a little bit of insight about, just kind of the vibe, at the party from her perspective and how she feels, about the town. It's small town, and she's just given us some insight from her perspective.
And you're doing really well, and you are really brave, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So what was the what's the word I'm thinking of? The sum of the whole thing. Like
I can
the
recap. Yeah, I can
okay.
recap you in a little
Okay.
bit.
Go ahead, Kins, if you need to
Yeah,
talk, you're good.
yeah, I think so I asked her if BK came out of left field for her, or any of your friends at that matter.
Oh yeah, I mean, his existence completely shocked every single one of us. So I mean, coming from a person that went to the university, none of us saw any of this happening. Like
Right.
maybe to just conclude the crazy conspiracists that say that it's a drug house. No, it wasn't. Let's just clarify that if it was a drug house, it would be completely shut down by the university because that has already happened in previous with fraternities that have, and at the most, we're trying to do cocaine, which I think that the last one that got kicked off of our campus was Kappa Sigma, and it was the year before I got there, so 2019, around that time. And also, again, it's 15 minutes away from Washington, and Floyd's is directly on that border. So if people wanted weed or something like that, then they would go over there. There's nobody that's fiending for fentanyl or any insane, crazy big drugs. No, that's just insane. That's just absurd. What happened that night was shocking to everybody. I genuinely didn't even expect to wake up and see the cop cars. I just remember my sorority sending videos of just like, what the heck's happening over here? What the heck's happening over here? And then getting a text message from one of my sisters within AV, and they were like, okay, yeah, no, this is real. This is happening. And I'm like, well, I mean, excuse my language, but well, shit, like, crap, because
Right.
it was a Saturday, like it was not only a weekend, but if you're going to the University of Idaho, you understand that it's the second biggest drinking day because you have Friday, which you're getting done with all your classes. There's always parties that were planned for Friday. There's always parties that were planned for Saturday. Fraternities would communicate with each other with who is having the party which day because that is how consistent it was. And, it would start around 9:10, and then the very last people would leave around, 2, 3. And I didn't even get to bed until around 3 that night. So that's what's so hard, is that you never know. There's always going to be guys in fraternities that are called sober bros, and they're not Ubers, but they're called sober bros. They're usually freshmen or sophomores within fraternities, and they get drawn out of kind of like a bingo card thing, and those guys have to drive for the night. They're the
Yeah.
sober driver for the night. So everybody who calls them, they pick them up and they drive them. That's a sober bro totally picked up Kaylee and Maddie. A sober bro 100%, picked up some of my friends and took them back to the sorority that I'm in for the night. That's how we get around.
Was Eric Gower one of those sober bros?
Sounds familiar, but at the same time, I don't particularly know who picked them up. I know more about the girls than I do the guys because I'm much closer with the sorority gals than I am the fraternity men.
And then while
Can I ask you a
interrupt you,
question?
is it going to be the same thing about the time?
I'm so sorry.
I was asking Tiny. In the comments, a lot of people are asking, what time did you find out about stuff happening?
Oh, I found out around like 1 p.m.
So was that
on the
before the
13th.
vandal alert?
It was right before the Vandal alert.
Okay.
So, my sorority specifically had this thing called it's like a fireside. So basically, every single member in your sorority will sit down and we'll have one specific question, and if you're comfortable talking, we talk about it, and if you don't, then you don't have to. And we had recently that, like just done that, and then we finished it. We went back to the apartment, and as we were heading back to our apartment, it was around 12:30, 12:45. We parked, we pulled in, and we were like, holy crap, what's going on? There's a lot of cop cars going here. And one of our sisters actually stayed home because she was sick, or I mean, she was unable to go there, and so she sent video to our group chat, just basically saying, hey, cops are showing up here. We don't really know what's going on, but something's going on. And, the last thing you're going to expect is what actually happened. I just want to clarify, like, this is not a movie. There's no way that this is a conspiracy theorist type of crap, like, it's just, everything is so real and so raw, and I can explain all I can, but
yeah,
I can give my best perspective, and I can give real understanding of the situation and just see it in my mind as I'm explaining it. But, only certain people are going to believe that, and only certain people are going to put aside that that's real, and that, there's fake conspiracy theorists that are going out there creating crazy alternatives for conspiracy theories. No, the only reason why this is a big case isn't because it's some crazy conspiracy theory thriller movie. It's because it took away the lives of 4 very, very ambitious and beautiful humans that I was friends with. So, like, the only reason why it's famous is not because of Bryan Kohberger. No, it was famous before that. It was famous the moment that they lost their lives and it became public.
Oh
The
yeah.
moment. So it has
Yep.
nothing to do with Bryan Kohberger. Who the fuck cares? Who the fuck, you know what I mean? It has nothing to do with him. Why are we paying so much attention to him? Because this is not his, I mean, yeah, sure, it's his case, but this has nothing to do with him. It has everything to do with the 4 amazing people that lost their lives, the 4 amazing people that are getting the reason why this case is getting as much attention as it is, and it shouldn't be redirected towards Kohberger, in my opinion. It shouldn't be redirected whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm glad you're saying that, because we did have a moment the other night where it was a really humbling moment, because we recognized, and we brought up the fact that there is a level of separation. Don't get me wrong. This case has really touched the hearts of all of us. I mean, we have you know we have we do the theories, talk about the speculation, and I think it's just because there's so many questions and there's so many things that don't feel right. Not that it needs to feel right to us, but we talk true crime, so we have these discussions, but we also do reel it in, and we discuss how ultimately we just want justice for them. We've spent a lot of us here have been talking about this case from day one. And so while there is a level of separation, we do feel it very deeply. Not as deeply as you. I don't want to take that away from you. And I think based off of what you just said, I think it's important to also ask how you're doing, how you're kind of managing this, because it is hard. You're you're very brave for coming up here and talking
Yeah,
about
very
it.
well said,
Um,
Tony. Well, very well
yeah,
said. Very well
yeah.
said.
You're very
Sorry.
brave for talking about it, and I think that I hope, at least, that with the way that it's affected you, that you are at least utilizing the resources that you have to get yourself through it.
Kens, can I just quickly ask you a question, please?
Yeah, of course.
You clarified something that I already knew about Loach and Ethan having a little chat, as you put it. can you just clarify, please, if David Berryclough was there for me? Which is
I'm
David
sorry, one
Loach's
more
best
time.
friend. David Loach and Ethan had this little chat, didn't they, that night? Which you already knew. But can you clarify if David Berryclough, I can't pronounce his surname, but it's his little minion that follows him around. They was accused at one point of being not straight, and they were supposed to be like in love together. Do you know if he was there with David Loach?
David Berry.
Berry, yeah,
No,
yeah,
actually,
Berry.
wasn't, but
Yeah.
So I'm just jumping in just for a second.
Yo,
So
please, it's your live.
Ken's, so there is people that are asking questions in the chat. I want you to know you answer what you want. If you feel uneasy about anything, just flat out be like, yeah, I don't want to answer. Because you don't want to get yourself twisted, you know, where someone try and contradict you. Definitely, if someone throws you heat, just to let you know, I'll block them ASAP. Another thing is that if anybody asks questions in chat, I'll put them up here to where Ken's can see it on the notepad. And again, it's up for Ken's to decide what she wants to answer or not answer. But Ken's, I'll tell you, me, if I was in your shoes, I'd be very cautious on what you say. And it's just because this is a big trial and there's going to be people who are going to want to twist words and sometimes use things against you. So far, you've done an amazing job. I don't see anything that would be used against you. So just want to let you know. And again, greatly do appreciate you. And I love the fact that you are speaking volumes about this is about 4 wonderful people. This should not be just so much about Bryan. And I love that you understand why there's people associated are trying to wrap their mind about Bryan. But again, huge shout out to you. Greatly do appreciate you. I'll go quiet.
With that being said, I just wanted to add Whirlpool, I hope that's okay. That if you don't feel comfortable answering a question, don't feel the need to explain why you don't feel like answering the question, because that can get muddy waters too, in my opinion.
Exactly, and that's why I don't expect you to answer. It was just a normal question.
yeah, I also just want to clarify, like, I'm not here for, I guess, any other reason than to put perspective and real experience into it. I don't care about, how it's going to affect me. It has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with my existence or how my words are twisted. It's whether or not I can actually help. And, I knew all these people. I knew these people personally. I am affected by this case day to day. My hometown is Boise, so Ada County, all of the above, everything. Absolutely nothing would have prepared me for this kind of relation or experience with the people involved in this case, the victims, all of the above. So I'm not even paying attention to what kind of at Ken's are we getting from the chat, because it if you really want to know those questions, like, this is just my experience. You can only ask questions about my experience. It's not like I was sitting there with a microphone standing next to Ethan and Xana all night at the Sigma Chi party. It's not like I was even of age at the time that Kaylee and Maddie were at Corner Club. So, there's only so much that I can do. I was even in a separate sorority than all of them. So, I have relationships with all these people, which just shows how much they reached out to every single person in the community and how close my friend group in my sorority was with Xana and Ethan. And that's what's so hard about it is, you know, like loving these people and being friends with these people and having experiences with these people is not any different than if your best friend got taken away from you in a random car crash. It's no different. You're gonna have all the exact same feelings and be like, that's impossible. I literally just saw them last night. I just talked to them last night. I just saw them an hour ago. You can't control that. You can't control any ounce of that. And so people can ask all the questions that they want. They can say anything they want, but that's just I'm not
You
the
only
person
know
to
what
be
you know.
asking. You know what I mean? Yeah, I only know what I know. I'm not the person to be asking. And we only know like maybe 25, maybe 35 since things have been released percent of this case. Everything else has been hidden. And, you know, that's probably for the best. So I can only answer what I can experience and what I can answer from that case because I lived close there and I was experiencing the morning. That's about it. I knew I was at the Sigma Chi party. I was friends with Xana and Ethan. Kaylee Goncalves was my pref mom for AC when I was going through recruitment in 2020. I knew Maddy Mogen, all of the above. You know what I mean? Like, it's just really hard. So
Kenz, you're a
I can only
badass.
answer.
You are a badass. No,
And you
and
lot
I
are doing an
respect
absolutely
that.
amazing job.
Kenz,
Absolutely
I respect
amazing.
that so much because honestly, I think that's like one of the things, it is one of the things that we've talked about. Like, where are these friends? Like, where are the college students? If this happened to someone close to me, I'd be shouting from the rooftops. Obviously, you know,
Well, yeah.
all that you can. And you're such a badass because we're sitting here questioning like, why aren't we hearing from people? You know, and it's
Yeah,
disheartening. It's disheartening. So you have my respect, girl.
I appreciate that.
Of
And
course.
I'm just gonna state this. I only chime in to people that are respectfully addressing the case because I will never chime in if it's like a person that's coming up with a crazy conspiracy kind of thing because that's just my mind can't even fathom the idea that that is what's being considered, that I'm just aggressively like swiping the other way saying no, I don't want to listen to that. So you know,
I get it. I
it's
get
hard
it. And you
because
know, I think it's kind of hard to control that online, right? Because the gag order really doesn't give us much. And we want to make some, like I said before, we want to make sense of some things that just don't make sense. And, you know, for some people, like your mind runs wild and you're like, well, what about this? I wonder if this, and I'm guilty of it too. I really am. I try to, you know, state my thoughts and stuff like, in my opinion, this is something that it could have been, but we don't, I always kind of wrap it up with like, well, we just don't know. So full transparency, I know that I can get wrapped into, you know, the speculation and the conspiracies. Granted, some conspiracies are like just so out of, so out of like
dude, let me tell you,
conceivability, and I know you've
everyone
probably heard
can.
them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, my own mom was conspiracy theorist the entire way around. She was like, "Are you sure they're not druggies?" I'm like, "Yes, mom, I'm 100% sure." You know, she went after both the Jakes, and I was like, "No, mom, like I'm friends with both these people." Like, you know, like even your own mom can be thinking these crazy thoughts, which just gives you perspective as to how people that didn't even know these people can have crazy thoughts. You know,
Yeah.
so it's just going to be a whirlwind, and it's more about it's not about being curious as to what happened to them. It's about being curious as to how their memory is going to be remembered. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how else to explain it. It's just harder because like, I had to talk my mom and saying I'm not going to discuss this case with you because I'm not, you know, online thinking about random ways. Like I knew exactly what was happening when Kaylee's dog Murphy got walked out of the house, you
Exactly.
know? So,
Yeah.
yeah, so it's just hard
I
because,
think
like,
I might know who your mom is. Does she come in our chats?
no, my mom's
Don't
not
say
on
who it
social
is,
media at
but
all. My mom's not on social media at all, no.
no,
But,
okay. It's just kind of parallel to a conversation we had with a mom the other day.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I think with things like that, with the rugs in particular, I think it's, there has been people who spoke out saying that,
Interesting.
yeah, X, Y, and Z,
Very
not X as
interesting.
in Xana, but X, Y, and Z, got rugs there and this, that, and the other thing. And then, we see us seeing, the public seeing body cam of, a particular person who then, we later saw like right after things had, some charges that involved drugs. So for us, we kind of like put some pieces together, and that kind of gives us the perspective. And so, you know, if more people were as brave as you, more of your peers are this brave, it could really help, because you give actual real perspective. You know, you know, better than us.
Yeah, shutting down, conspiracy theories helps a lot, because, I mean, that's pretty much what my channel's been about for all 3 years that I've been on here, is just laying down the facts. And if something is a conspiracy, it's laid out hardcore that, hey, this is a big time rumor, like with the fights at the frat. But there's some people who get really big into that, and they want to make it out like it's facts, and it's not facts. It's big time rumors, and it comes from 4chan, which 4chan can list any type of craziness that they want to.
And all
And some people
anonymously.
running with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a whole trickle, almost domino effect if you think about it, because you know, there's going to be random rumors that are going to be spread, and then those rumors are going to be spread by people that want attention, and then again, those attention seekers are going to be spread by people that are desperate for attention, and then they realize that, oh wow, when I bring up this name as well as something that's going to trigger people that don't believe the same, especially if it's a very controversial subject, then they're going to say that just so that they can get views. It has nothing to do with whether or not they agree with it. It's
Yeah.
just they want to get the views, they want to say things they want to say. They know that they are getting power by triggering other people that are going to stand up for what's right. And that's the big issue, is that they don't care about what they're posting. It could do with OJ for all I care about, and they would just be doing the exact same thing as long as they could get the same reaction and the
Right.
attention, because any attention is attention, whether it's good or bad. And
Yeah,
some people,
it's like a kid.
yeah,
It's
any
like a kid.
attention is attention. So they're gonna whine and cry, and if you give that attention, then they're always gonna whine and cry. You know what I mean? So you have to view it as, okay, well, you obviously are doing this for ill intent, and you're not, I don't support those kind of people, and I would rather prove those people wrong and say, you actually weren't up there, because that's a very close-knit community, and if you asked me about names of different people in sorority, I could give you 20 plus for each. So, don't.
Speaking of names, I don't mean to cut you off, but speaking of
Yeah.
names and debunking, rumors and things like that, um, I don't know if you look at some of the documents or anything like that, but there has been, and we're going 2.5 years, almost 3 years, with this case, and we heard a name that we hadn't heard before. It's up in the questions over here. Cold Barenberg. Um, that name came out, and respectfully, I want to just kind of give you context as to where that connection was, if you're not sure. but there was DNA under one of the girls' nails, and there was a document talking about it, and they named him in particular as, they named a few people, but the other people we've known the names of. He came out of nowhere. Do you even know who he is?
Yes, I do. I don't
Hey,
particularly think that that's
Kens, just
too much. Yeah.
real quick, only answer what you want to. Just
Okay.
always
Yeah.
remember that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed the name. I don't know anything particular relating to any of them. I also don't even know if that's the actual person that is being related to it, because I've also seen a lot of false situations. So, I know a lot of different Coles, and I know a lot of different Coles with B names, and I don't know if we're pronouncing it right, but it does sound familiar. And I don't know anything particular, because again, I wasn't a part of their sorority. I just was friends with them. I don't
Yeah.
know their particular personal entanglements with certain people, especially when it's private or anything like that. There's no way
Yeah.
that I would ever know that. So I can't give perspective on that.
No, that's
We know people, but it's almost like a high school with 2,000 people in it. It's what it's like.
yeah, it's the difference between being friends and like,
Acquaintances
acquaintances.
and
Yeah,
hearing rumors. Yeah. And so, you can't really trust rumors when you're in high school. So why the heck, people coming straight out of high school, should you trust those rumors as well?
right, right.
So,
And
Tiny.
honestly, he also goes by the name Cole Randall too. Um,
I know he is.
Gad, I'm sorry, what did you say?
So I'm gonna take the mic just
Yeah.
because I can get quick and easy into it. So again, I can't stress enough. Only answer what you want to. So the other thing is that he has other names. The other name is Cole Randall. Does that recall anything to you?
No.
Okay.
Honestly, it just kind of sounds like, I don't know, it kind of just sounds like maybe people that are supervisors of the fraternities who have recently graduated, or just non-active members is what it sounds like, in my opinion, because active members, I'm pretty aware of their names.
Yeah, he's a little older too, so that would make some sense if he wasn't necessarily not older, but a couple years, few years.
Yeah, there's quite a few people that, they can say, yeah, I was a Second Kind member, and they can confirm that, but maybe they were a Second Kind member that graduated in 2017, and now they are zooming in as a judicial member associate kind of thing, where they're just babysitting the guys that are in charge kind of thing. So I don't know if they're not an active student, or they didn't graduate within the years, or weren't members within the years. It's kind of hard to even take that with any truth to it, because there's no actual connection.
Understandable. Next question. Do you know anybody with Door Dashers with initials of MM? And a follow-up question to that. Does it sound... Do you know of anybody who saves the contact information of the Door Dasher?
Both answers are going to be no. So I used to DoorDash, especially in Moscow, and a lot of the times the more, I guess, earning DoorDash ones were going across from Pullman to Moscow, Moscow to Pullman. And since I was in Moscow, I would travel to Pullman, and I would have, much better service because I'd be going further mileage. But so no, I don't think that anybody, even people in Moscow, would know who their DoorDasher was, because I had a different DoorDasher every single time I tried. My roommate had a different DoorDasher every single time we did. We didn't notice anybody. There was no like definitive DoorDasher, and if they were within the Greek community, I'm pretty sure that if they recognized the name, they would have declined doing that DoorDash, especially at 4 a.m. on a Saturday, well, I guess Sunday morning, Saturday night. There's no way that anybody within that community would have done that. So no, I don't know any I feel like if you're reading into that, you're probably just accidentally viewing Maddie Mogen rather than what was going on with that. And then, I don't think it
Just
has anything to do with the
just for
DoorDash.
context, it's in the documents.
Well, yeah, I know. I've read the
Yeah.
documents. It's just that, like, it has nothing to do with the main people. And I just I've been up there for 2.5 years before that. My brother was up there for 4.
Yeah.
There's just,
Can I
no.
ask you a question about like Jack in the Box?
Yeah,
Did
that
they
one was in
like
Pullman for sure. The
it
only one that's
was?
open. We don't even have a Jack in the
Yeah.
Box in Moscow. It's all the way in Pullman. So somebody definitely at least traveled to Pullman or came from Pullman to drop off that Jack in the Box, because
When
sometimes
you
when you're past 12 o'clock,
Mhm.
the only open places are in Washington.
When you order from Jack in the Box, like because you've done DoorDash, does it like prompt you to like put the name of who's ordering or anything like that? Like when I order Chipotle, I have to put my name, even if
I
it's just
mean,
one order.
yes, but I'm pretty certain that it went through the DoorDash account. So if you're doing it through the DoorDash account, your name is already going to be confirmed within it. It's just within the preference of no contact or knocking.
Yeah, well, that was a big question for us because it was, Xana had received a DoorDash at 3:59, but per the search warrants, there's no records for her with DoorDash. So that like raised a huge like red flag for us that like, okay, Xana got the DoorDash, and it was confirmed that it was from Jack in the Box, and we saw, from pictures that there was a Jack in the Box bag that had her name on it. So that like didn't make sense to us, so we were questioning about that, why there would be no record for her, why it would have her name on it. And,
I took it. I kind of wondered if the Jack in the Box was something that could have been there the night before or nights before.
yeah. I mean, that particular bag, sure, sure. But, then again, we have an actual receipt for Jack in the Box that was delivered at 3:59. And per all of the documents, Xana received that order. So that's, it's just a little confusing.
I mean, yeah,
But who knows?
I understand that confusion. The only thing that I'm going to put in that we don't quite know, that we also know is within the documents that are concealed, is Xana and Ethan's DoorDash history. So we don't know the rest of that. We just know of the certain information of the night that just made the crime clear. So even then, neither one, if you believe things are true, if you believe things are not, neither one of us has enough evidence or understanding of it to argue that point regarding the DoorDash. So
Yeah. They pulled the records dating back for the whole house. They dated it back to 2019. And we thought it was all, because listen, college kids, like who doesn't have DoorDash, So like that was a little odd that it said, Xana didn't have records for DoorDash. It was just odd. It was just odd.
yeah, I mean, obviously this is not a perfect crime documentary.
No, I
There's
know.
always, what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to patronize you in any way whatsoever. I'm just, it's just like, okay, like, when people
Yeah,
say
no,
you don't
same.
expect things to happen, until it happens, and you don't know how you're going to act until it happens. That's that's the exact same way that I'm reacting. I didn't even realize how I was going to react until it happened, and I was just tired of, in my opinion, obviously because I'm close to it, BS being spoken in just such theories when I'm living in the exact same neighborhood and know way tons more about the dynamic and the people there, and I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous.
I know. You're fighting with your own mom about it.
Yeah, where I'm like, dude, my mom didn't go to U of I. She went to BSU, and that's what's funny about it. But
that is funny.
So, yeah, it's just it's a perspective that it's again like how I'm stumbling over my words. It's something about like not being able to even explain it. It's just Moscow is such a beautiful community, and it's always has been. Like, for example, the sorority that I've lived in has been built since 1911, which was a year before the Titanic sank. So it's very historic. It's very long sprung, and the only deaths that we've ever had have been, and unfortunately we have in the past, but they have been accidental or they have been suicides. We have not had like a murder within the University of Idaho since I don't even know, since like the 19 maybe 80s.
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure if that was even within the university. So yeah, in Moscow, Idaho, it was probably like 2015, but that again is more so related to the community outside of the university. The university itself is pretty strong. So
yeah, honestly, even if there were more, like I don't know if that's something I would ever be able to get used to anyway. That it's just not, it's not something that you really think will ever happen. What about, so it looks like, do you still talk to DM and BF? And if so, how are they holding up?
I truly, truly wish that I was closer to them. My 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 roommates whom I moved out with in December, who I lived with for about 6 months before then in 2024, they were much close. So half of them were Pi Phis. It was me and my friend, and then 3 separate Pi Phis. So they were pretty close to the whole situation. They were a lot closer than what I experienced, and they opened up about certain things that I'm just, that's a level that I can't go further because I respect them too much. So it's hard because like I want to explain that, but there's just too much respect giving me a boundary to just not,
Yeah.
Right. That's
I
understandable.
respect that. Yeah, totally understandable.
Yeah.
Totally understandable. And, they'll have their day, obviously they're going to be in the courtroom. They'll have their day to tell their story. So time will tell,
They're very strong, I'll say that. I've seen them both since, and they both look like they're doing well health-wise. I think that both of them have deleted majority of social media. Like I don't think that they're on anything. I don't think they're active on literally anything.
Yeah.
Which I mean, that's
Probably for the
isolation at
better.
its finest. Yeah, I mean, this day and age, that's isolation at its finest, which is really hard, especially for their friends and then people that want to be around them that aren't as close to them, and that's what's hard because you want them to do their best, but also this has been going on for 2.5 years, and we have probably 2.5 plus more to deal with this, and they are going to be experiencing that for the rest of their lives. So,
yeah,
you want to hear, oh, they're doing so good, they're doing so well, they've done all this, but in the reality of things, the only people that know how they're doing is themselves, and they're not going to be sharing that with people who are not their direct kin
in the
kind of
inner
thing.
circle.
So yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, Hunter too. Um, you know, there's a piece of my heart that goes out to him because, of how that afternoon transpired and having to actually physically see things. So,
Yeah,
So,
and I know this is so random, but also what's interesting about it is that like I didn't know Ethan as much, but I was pretty close with Hunter. Me and Hunter were pretty close friends, and one of my best friends was really, really close with him as well. So we knew Hunter, and then through Hunter, I knew Ethan, and then I also knew Xana since my freshman year. So it was just kind of like a combination of things, but yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
so do you know anything about the Snapchat messages that were sent?
That's a tough one because I don't know anything that has been put into evidence per se, but okay, I feel like the best way I can explain this is before the names were told, one of my friends from high school had texted me back and forth, and we were worrying with each other, and I was in a different sorority, she was in FFE, and I was like, what's going on? Blah, blah, blah. We were communicating, and we just kind of, I think people put two and two together of who was injured slash dead, because we had already gotten the email and the text message saying there had been a homicide, what to do with, gun control kind of thing. So we knew before, I guess you guys did. The community is so tight knit that even just not getting a response from them and them not exiting the house with people, including Murphy, just, you can kind of figure it out based off of the information you've been told. With such a small community, you know the norm. So
Yeah. You mentioned, and we're so used to saying pew pew, but you mentioned that, and that was rumored to be the rumor, earlier, like in the morning, that there was, something about a gun or, sorry, something about a pew pew or maybe an OD, or that was kind of going around. I don't know if you watched any. I'm sure you've watched some of the docuseries. There was this guy, David, who had come out and he was talking about the Snapchats in the morning, and, saying that people didn't know like exactly what happened, but they knew something had gone on, prior to, to getting that vandal alert.
yeah, you know, I fully agree with that. I think that I can only give you guys my experience and my perspective. So I remember my sorority had something going on in the morning. We drove back. We were there around like 12, 1:30. And we had noticed that there were already cops there. We were very confused. We noticed there were certain people there, but we hadn't gotten a text message. Then we got the text message while we were sitting there, and it said on King Road there has been a homicide. It was a vandal alert, so it said vandal alert, King Road, there's been a homicide. It didn't give an actual address, it just said basically like stay in place kind of thing. And 30 minutes before that, we had gotten an email. So yeah, so around like noon, we had got, well, yeah, around like noon 15, 12:15, we had gotten an email from the university that it basically just sent an emergency protocol sheet that had been made on Canva or something, pre-made by the university, emergencies only, sent to every student kind of thing. So every student was given this little pamphlet, and majority of it was gun safety because we're in America, and if we're going to send every student a precautionary, it's probably going to be for guns. So that they sent out, and so it made everybody very, very alert, which I think that was the purpose of it. then later was like, I mean, 15 to 30 minutes later, we got the text from Latah County saying there was homicide on 1122 King. We obviously, I mean, I knew what it was, where it was, because it was stating it, but it just said King Road. And then I noticed, there were cops that were looking in trash cans and they were looking at people's hands. And so it made it very clear that it was not a gun, it was something else.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody in their right mind can put that together.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
that's
that's what, like a roller coaster, because when this guy was speaking out, I think he said like 9 a.m. the rumors had started, and then not knowing, and I don't know if you were privy to those messages or not, but like you know just like hearing how things transpired from your perspective, it's like it goes from could it be this and that, allegedly or potentially starting that early, and then fast forward and holy shit, this is real.
Sorry, can I just ask, was you aware of the MPD actually out before 10 a.m. in the morning walking up and down Banfield?
I'm so sorry, one more time.
Was you aware of the MPD walking up and down Banfield before 10 a.m. in the morning?
No, but I mean, if they were, then it definitely wasn't for anything involving that. It probably had something to do with
It's just
some
very
sort of
strange that.
sideswipe or
Yeah.
something
Okay,
of the
thank you.
sort.
Thank you. It's just that I've got the picture of the MPD walking up and down Banfield at that time in the morning. I just thought I'll ask. Thank you very much for answering.
Yeah, so I'll chime in on something, because I know some people's minds, they get into thinking stuff, like, hey, is there something that they knew that no? I don't get into that one. I feel it's a pretty much shut door to that. They didn't know until the call to 911, but we do know that it's not far away. As it was mentioned earlier, there's an officer who lives in the area, has told them before, that he's basically watching. He knows the area. Make sure you keep it down. I'm going to be here if there's a ruckus type thing. So it to me, even with MPD in the area, that to me it just doesn't say much, because I'm sure that they are always there, especially with an officer that lives in the area.
Yeah, again, just a question. That's it.
Oh yeah, no, you're totally fine with your question.
Thank you.
And as Ken is saying, MPD actively was there. So
I think he answered silently.
Ken's, you mentioned about Murphy being locked up. I'm assuming that you're meaning just upstairs, not in a cage or anything like that. Is there anything more that you would want to elaborate on that?
I mean, the only thing I can is just basically saying that I knew who Murphy was, I knew who owned Murphy, and having lived where I lived, which was basically just like barrel down King Road, well, I guess King Queen Road, and you could see, what was kind of happening except for the house. And I saw Murphy being taken out, and he was on a leash, like a lead leash collar, by a policeman. And unfortunately, again, you can put two and two together with the email, the text message, plus this dog that's being walked out that you know of. Everything that you can it's just like adding things to the pot, and you can figure it out and start together and be like, okay, shit, well, now you know what's going on. So that's about it. It was pretty self-explanatory for people that were there, if that makes sense. There wasn't much to be said.
Thanks for answering that one, because a lot of people
Definitely.
I mean,
I really appreciate you answering that one. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think our heart breaks for Murphy just as much as everybody else.
100%.
You know?
Yeah, 100%, Tony. Well said.
Again, anybody, if you ask any questions, I'll throw it up here in the notepad. I appreciate everybody. Seems that everyone is being respectful, polite, and caring, and that's the main thing right now that's taking place. So, but yeah, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. Ken's might be able to answer it. If you have any questions about other things, there is other people that are up here. There is Tiny, and then there's CW, who is up here, as well as B, and they know a lot that pertains to this case, so very knowledgeable.
So Sister asked, what reason do you think he had for doing this? And obviously it's going to be like a speculation, but I know it's hard to even wrap your head around in the first place, but is there anything that could make sense to you in such like unsensible thing to occur?
Hey, Jules, do you want to come back up? If there's anybody who's up here, so I think B and CW and Tiny are good, but Criminal or Mike, if you want to step down, so maybe a couple other people can step up, and then just kind of revolving chairs, because I know that. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it, brother. So Jules, if you want to come back up, as well as Sister, if you want to come up, because I know that y'all can ask some questions or fill into some engaging things as well. Go ahead, Jules. You can ask whatever you want to.
I'm gonna sit on it for a second. I will let the next person ask their question, because I'm gonna think about this one.
Yeah, I don't.
It's not bad, but
for me, so I'll take the mic for a moment. If anybody wants to sit here and hit me with the frying pan and take over, fully go ahead and do so. But for me, I think this answers some questions for those who don't know or didn't hear at the beginning of this. Ken's brought to our attention and closed the door to any of the speculation that was going around of being like, oh, there was drugs at the place. She shut the door to that. She's answered, the question about, oh, do you know if there was a Cole person, and gave this different names, do you know if he was investigated? Nothing onto that nature. So we don't know if who else was investigated or how that went. What else was there?
She clarified that the Jack in the Box was Pullman. And they
Great
don't
one.
typically, they're not typically delivering. And Ken's, please correct me if I'm wrong from but what I took from it was that you said that nobody's really delivering late that night, that late. at night. So whoever it
Oh
was
yeah,
had to have
'cause,
been
like
like,
on Friday, yeah, on Friday and Saturdays, there's no way that anybody that goes to even WSU or U of I is door dashing that late, especially people that we would be familiar with. So it was definitely somebody that was further out of college within, older age or just wasn't going to school. So
Yeah.
there's no way that we did recognize any of them.
yeah,
Hey, Kens, I
which is
actually,
important.
oops, sorry.
No, no, girl, I got that AD, I have that
I
ADD,
know, we're the same.
ADHD.
Once we get word vomit.
Yeah.
Hey, Kens, so what do you know anything? Do you know who Eric Gower is?
I mean, not particularly, no.
Okay.
Hey, Ken, thanks for answering the tough questions. I know there's a lot of us that greatly appreciate you being willing to do this. Can you tell us what you know about the Christ Church and their involvement in the community?
Yeah, I'm not actually obviously I don't think it has much to do with the crime itself. So I'm kind of separating those two, but the Christ Church, you're asking, maybe the wrong person just because I don't quite understand what's going on in their religion. I know that they have been doing a great job of, finding the right community up there. They, are very business oriented. They've, you know, been opening businesses. They've bought land, all of that jazz. I don't really know too much about it. I just know that there's just some crazy opinions about them when they're up there. That's all I really know about it. I don't really stand on either side. I just know that, they're kind of a controversial subject to anybody that's up in Moscow.
Yeah, that's pretty much a lot of what I have found and kind of looking into the things that are going on just in the community as a whole, not just, with the case, but trying to make sense of like how, you know, ultimately at the end of the day, we still don't have a motive for why anybody would do this to these guys in the first place. And so I know a lot of us have looked into like what are possible motives, which I think is where a lot of the conversation around drugs comes into play. Um, there a couple of the girls have parents that were involved in some, illegal substance activities, and so that's where some of these questions have come from, and the Christ Church has been brought up a number of times just because they seem to have some maybe not so great business practices, if you will. So
Yeah,
kind of curious about like what the community or what your perspective as far as their role in the community is.
yeah. No, I fully understand where you guys are coming from. They are very prominent in their own teachings and with each other and how confident they are when they stand for their own ground, but it's not like they're walking around saying you have to believe in this for us to respect you, like they are their own community. They have what they want to survive. They're also within a small community of people that are quite the opposite. So they have seen and experienced all of that. I don't think it really has much to do with, how we treat each other because everybody treats each other very respectful in Moscow. Even the rudest people coming in as I was a waitress at one of the restaurants, even the rudest people are decently nice. So, I don't really think that they have much to do about that. It's also just hard because, like drugs and stuff, it's hard to explain because everything is pretty much illegal in Idaho. So even when you're experiencing, I guess, marijuana or THC, to that sense. A lot of it is bought legally, right across the border, 15 minutes away. A lot of it is, it's approved by, I don't even know who, but whoever is in charge of that. Like it's already been gone. Basically it's the most approved kind of drugs you could experience. And then
Sure.
the only time that I ever even knew about other drug use was fraternities that have been shut down, and there were two fraternities that had been shut down within previous years, earlier 2010s, that were selling drugs, and the drugs that they were selling were literally just drugs further than marijuana, so it was just cocaine. And unfortunately, I don't support that, but like at the same time, it's not like we were sitting on a drug mine or some crazy situation that was going on. It's just there's
Sure.
people that want uppers, there's people that want downers, and so that's just kind of the community for certain people, and that's actually a pretty rare community, and those people in particular were not a part of it whatsoever. Maddie was very, very headstrong and driven, and Kaylee was she was a hopeless romantic, and she just wanted to see everything she loved happen in her life. There's no reason for any of them to be a part of a drug house. Like, for example, the most addicted thing I know Xana was for nicotine. Like, she just loved her vape, and that was it. She wasn't on shit. She just loved her vape. So
Yeah, I don't think that I don't know that that the thought process is that the kids necessarily, I say kids, that you know the house was the ones dealing. I think it's been more concern around, like, I'll say specifically Xana's mom, who has quite a pretty significant history with illegal substances, and she has been kind of intermixed with some really not good characters. So much so that she became an FBI asset, right? Like somebody that was to get rid of charges was working for the FBI, tattling on other people. And so that I think is where a lot of the concern comes from. Like when people are talking about illicit substances coming out of that house, it's not necessarily that we're saying that they were dealing or any of that. We're saying that the parents who have a history could have been the reason why something like this would happen. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense.
I
Yeah.
mean, it does from that perspective. I just wanted to clarify that, that's even further than like judging a book by its cover. That's diving deeper. That's saying that judging a book by its author, and that's a little bit harder, because how do you know that that author hasn't changed perspective or hasn't written a great book, or how do you know that that author hasn't completely deteriorated from what that book has become, and all of the above. So
Yeah.
like if you think about it, everything that has had anything to do with Xana Xana's memory, it doesn't have her mom involved with it. There was maybe one time that I saw a video of her mom. She never talked to her mom about me. She loved her dad, she loved her sister, but she wasn't super close with her mom. So anything that involves that, it was, unfortunately, and I hate to say it, probably more of a money draw than it was about being a mom. So
Sure. So what
Um,
is the general, oh, sorry.
I just want to know something. Can this spot at Linda Lane, can you drive through here at all, right here in this point, to get back?
no,
Okay, I didn't think so, but I wanted to verify. Thank you.
no, that's a dead end. Yeah. You also can't walk between those. So obviously you see the gray building, and then you see the two white buildings. So the gray building is actually called the whites, and then the two white buildings are actually called the browns.
Mhm.
And it's because
Makes a
they
lot
have
of
brown
sense.
bricks, and then the white building is like white lot. I don't even know, wood panels. Um, that little white building that is right next to the gray panel top and the whites. No, no, no. Even in front of it, right in front of it. I lived more to the top. You see where there's big tree? Yeah, right there. I lived right there. but there's no way you can drive from up here, this front part, to this little corner, but then that's just a turnaround. There's absolutely no way to go around that. So when you're going in front of those white browns, it's just a straight right in front of 1122, straight right in front, and both of them are dead ends. So you have a dead end on the backside where he's so-called parked, and then you have a dead end on the other side where it goes into this kind of cul-de-sac view.
Oh my God, babe, you were so close.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry.
I am too.
I'm so sorry that, like, you and your friends, I mean, you know, it's not the college experience any of you deserve.
Can I ask another question? What is kind of the general consensus on the police officers there in Moscow? And I come from a tiny town, and so, we knew all of our police officers very well. um, I know Moscow is fairly small as well, so I'm really curious, like, what you've heard or what you've experienced.
Well, within my experience, I mean, again, like you said, small town. We were also close to several small towns, so it almost made us one big town, if that makes sense. We had Pullman, yes, that's in Washington, but it was very, very close. We also had Lewiston, that was 30 minutes away, but also very, very close. So we had two separate college towns bordering our University of Idaho Moscow town. So there was a lot of young kids in that area. So for all of us, the understanding was a lot of I guess DUI, which I didn't experience much DUI stuff happening, but it did happen. Especially like people coming from WSU to Moscow bars, or people coming from Moscow bars to WSU bars. And then the other thing was MIPs, just being under the age and drinking, and they were pulling kids over with open containers, or they were pulling kids over with wine bags, or some dumb stuff that they were walking around with, where they thought that, oh yeah, no, we're in a neighborhood, we won't get. And then obviously the cops know better because they're in a small town, they have to make quota, so they're going to try to do their best to make that quota, which unfortunately sometimes has to do with busting underage kids with drinking. And that was basically what we knew about them. Other than that, they were very, very sweet people because they didn't want to, but if they did, then you probably were super messed up, or were in the wrong place at the wrong time situation.
And they did have the cops did have someone they were looking into for like an MIP, right? That night we have like the video footage of the cops like talking to the kids in the.
Oh yeah, no, those kids totally got underage misdemeanor, or underage misdemeanor.
So see, that's why I originally requested it, because whenever you said that, like, it's usually like MIPs and stuff like that to like get the quota, like that's instantly what popped in my mind. And it's like, is that like what their objective was? And what, I mean, obviously, like you said, like your sorority has been around since, I think you said 1912 or 1911, and like there hadn't been anything like this. So I think that like they didn't expect that. They expected this kind of thing. So this is what they were out patrolling for. And so it's just like, man, like you said, you didn't know to expect it until it happened. And that's just, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Hey,
and
Kens, I do
yeah.
have a question whenever you get a chance, okay? Whenever you want.
Yeah, let me just address that first thing. So, I just feel like with that, again, all the University of Idaho kids probably just expected MIP stuff. But because of that, it makes a lot of sense that those kids were on the body cam for MIPs. It makes sense why they were walking away. It makes sense why they had open canisters, because they were underage and they didn't want to get that MIP, because that's the most, like when you're in a fraternity or a sorority and that stuff comes to light, you have to do chores or you have to pay a fine or do something of the sort. You have to do something to basically come back from that mistake that you made, which is great because responsibility. But that's what happens. And so I don't think that those kids knew anything that was going on. I also don't think that that cop knew what was going on. He was probably frustrated because he knew that he had to be working Saturday night, Sunday morning, because those are probably the worst days, because majority of kids don't have any classes, they don't have anything going on. That's the day where they are going to let loose and go crazy and drink and party at a party school. So, I mean, that happening makes a lot of sense, in my opinion.
I'm glad that you actually brought that up, because my follow-up question was going to be, how often are the police officers out there undercover on Friday and Saturday nights?
Honestly, I don't know, but I do know that that specific corner is a very big hot spot for being caught. I remember walking out when I was a sophomore and I had a friend that was a junior. She had me walk out to the car with her. She had I think like a bottle of wine and a hard alcohol canister that she had, and I wasn't carrying anything. And this cop pulled over in a silver small vehicle and was like, "I'm a cop," and gave her an MIP for having held the alcohol, and she was underage. And
Damn.
that was right in that corner, right in that little area where you'd turn left to go straight up King Road. So, and that was a year prior. So that is a very big hotspot for cops to be surrounding anyways.
So it's not uncommon then for them to be
No.
not in police attire on Friday and Saturday.
Not uncommon at all. You have to be conscious. There's times where your party will be like shut down, so you'll be inside of a party, they'll turn off the music, somebody will say like shut up, and there will be like 50 people inside of one apartment room and people will be completely silent. Somebody will talk to the cops, and then once the cops leave saying, "Hey, keep it down," then the party will just continue at the same volume.
Well, I'm no stranger to that.
Yep.
Been there.
That's your house.
Those kids in the Banfield video, they were saying that they were coming from their friend like Matt's party, and then we've actually talked about, or another name that had popped up was Matt Moyer. Do you know if that was his party that they were coming from, or do you know if he was even having a party or him at all?
There's no way that he was having a party. In my memory, I don't think he was having a party whatsoever. He was definitely at one, but there's no way he was hosting. He was at like a party hosted by fraternity kind of stuff.
Gotcha. And he has a sister, Madison, right?
Yeah, but not any Madison we know yet.
Yeah.
So wait, he was not having a party that night?
Not that I was aware of, no. I mean, the parties that I knew of that were going on that night, there was a beta party at a beta at a house. There was a Sigma Chi party. I'm pretty sure there was some sort of Fiji or Pike party going on at their fraternity house, but depending on whether or not they were wet or dry houses, which meant that if they could host alcoholic events or not, then you just kind of decided on a place to go and didn't really associate with the other once you decided with your friend group kind of thing.
So is there any like rumors around town or that you know of about why this even occurred?
No, honestly, it's just people are more so frustrated at everybody making up shit. Sorry, excuse my language. Making up crap about just crazy inferences and stuff like that, because we're the ones that lived up there. We're the ones that experienced it up there. Our parents experienced it before us. Our grandparents experienced before our parents did, and it's very much just a everybody knows everybody kind of town. Maybe not specifically, but we all know somebody within every group that we run along with. So no, I don't think anybody would have expected any of this. And the whole drug thing, like that could have possibly been a decent idea if we had been a bigger school, but since we're not and we live 15 minutes away from a dispensary, it just seems like a ridiculous thing. So there's no reason that I can expect for any of it other than some random obsession with some beautiful girls that were in relationships, and every single one of them was. So,
like gorgeous girls. We were
yep.
talking about that, or I mean, even super
Inside and
handsome.
outside, yeah.
I just said that the other night. I'm like, when we talk about them and we see pictures or any kind of videos, like they just radiate. Like just you can just tell that they have that like magnetic energy that just people want to be around.
Like when somebody smiles and your heart starts to beat deeper and makes you smile, that is every one of their energy. It just individually in their own way. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention that. I think that's the reason why so many people, like even people that don't live near Washington or Idaho, we kind of feel like this weird gravitation or connection to this case because like they just seem like really nice people that were just senselessly taken away at such a young time in their life. So I did just really quickly want to come on here and just say thank you, Kens, because I feel like there's so many people that have speculated or gave theories about this case, and hearing from someone who actually knew them, I feel like it really does humanize them. And I don't know. I feel like lately I've been following this case since the week that it happened, which is like almost 2.5 years ago. And I feel like lately the community has gotten more like kind of murky waters with like the theories and all these different conspiracies that people are kind of feeding into. And I just want to say that I really like that you're coming on here and giving, shedding a light on what these people were actually like. Because I feel like, with these new theories about like rituals and stuff, like I respect people and what they believe, but at the same time, I would rather hear from someone like you who actually knew them and really give a good light to them. So thank you for that.
I agree with you on that, B. Like I've enjoyed this live, and I enjoyed how Kent has responded and been talking. I mean, we've been basically staying almost to straight facts, none of this wild speculative talk. And if it was brought up, it's very much drilled that, hey, this is a rumor. Sure, there's some things that interest me of some of the rumors that go around, but it's good that we're understanding the facts. And for those who were not here 5 hours ago, but if you were, that's where I actually read off the police report and went detail to detail about how they knew the car, the year, to why they found Bryan interesting, why they started to looking into that, how they got his phone number, and all this type of stuff. So it's just really important for people to know the straight facts and not getting down into the conspiracy. It's fine that if you want to know conspiracies and things like that, but it's a lot more important to know the straight facts and then decide for yourself how you feel in this whole entire thing.
Yeah. Hey, War, can I ask her one more question?
Nope,
It's
you're
like
not
just
allowed.
a basic. It's nothing crazy. I'm not allowed. I'm sorry. Time's up. See ya. No, I'm kidding. So Ken's, okay, these are just some basic questions. Nothing like, I'm just curious what you know about Emma Bailey, and what was the dynamic in the house with like Bethany, Dylan, and the other four?
I mean, I probably wouldn't be the best to answer that in full honesty. I didn't know Bethany as much, so I'm not super duper close with her. But I mean, they all knew each other pretty well, and if you know anything about sorority Greek life, which I'm not saying you don't, but just from experience, when people are combining different houses within an apartment, it means that they are pretty welcoming and pretty loving and all of the above. So for everything I've experienced, at least with my friends at the house, um, it just flowed really well. People not only could call each other out for not cleaning up, but they could also call each other out for, hey, are you doing okay? And if not, they would have each other's back. So
Right. Like kind of a normal roommate kind of thing where, you get along, but you're kind of like siblings. You have your moments,
yep, that's
and then you're
exactly what it
fine
was
20
like.
minutes later.
Yeah, you can totally tell. Just with their dynamic, they all would, banter back and forth. Everybody had wit. It was completely different for who it was.
Okay. That's good to hear. So I think that's something people needed to hear.
Yeah. So, I had I think I was going to ask about Adam, but I wasn't sure if you had already answered that, if you knew Adam, or because, you know, part of some of this, obviously, the video footage that we saw of the girls and Jack walking to Grub Chuck. It's like the infamous Adam video. And so I was wondering if you would be able to, if you can, give any like context as to what you think that might have been.
Yeah, actually, Adam was in the same PC, so pledge class as Kaylee and Maddie, but he was a beta. His nickname, which it sounds so bad, but his nickname was actually called Hot Adam because he was probably one of the most attractive guys at our university. So yeah, so if anything, that was just them saying like, "Oh my gosh, you did not tell Adam that," as a kind of almost like a unintentional embarrassment or like blushing kind of thing. I doubt that had anything to do with, oh, there's a secret that you said. It just was probably something that they didn't want him to know kind of thing.
Gotcha. Which would, because a lot of people think that, Jack's response was they're going to get you for that. So I can completely understand if
Thank
they
you so much
were.
for telling us that. That has been, sorry to interrupt, honey. That has been something like we've wondered so much, and just even the whole hot Adam thing, like that answers a lot.
Yeah, no, literally. Like, I even remember embarrassing myself when I was intoxicated and saying, "You're hot, Adam," and being like, "Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I did not mean to put the hot word." Like, that was his nickname through and through. So that's the Adam that they're referring to. And he's a very, very sweet guy. He would have no ill intent. It was probably some sort of embarrassing thing that he decided to tell Adam about. And those girls had probably said that he was attractive before.
So couple questions. Did you hear anything about Adam resigning from the corner club within 2 days and go to Paris?
No, not particularly. I know that he was pretty close friends with those girls, but I also remember him not just straight up going to Paris.
Okay. And then someone else just asked, was Adam besties with Jack D? I don't know who that is.
Jack DeCour.
So yeah, so Jack was actually in the same fraternity and the same pledge class as Adam. So they were both Beta Theta Pies in the year 2019, and they were friends. So the house that Jack Decor was living in, I'm not sure. Oh, actually, yeah, no, that year, the apartment that I was living in wasn't the 619 West Taylor Ave, which is the one right next to the White's apartment with the gray top, which is in front of the Browns. It was the apartment that was straight down the road leading to 1122. And in that corner, the cul-de-sac, when you just turn straight from Taylor, just go straight down, which one of my ex-boyfriends lived in the condo. So it's a condo, it's a two-part. There's a left side and there's a right side. And there's right side, there is a 2-floor basement, then there's a 3-floor midsection, and then there's a 2-floor top. And that's the right side of the condo, and that's what the Betas lived. And they had been trading that off within members of their fraternity for years and years and years, at least for since I was a freshman to when I graduated to now, and before so at that time Adam had lived underneath the 619, the basement section of the house that I lived in my senior year after the event. And so I lived right next to where Jack Decor lived, and that little section. But yeah, they were all in the same fraternity. They were all pretty close. Everybody knew who Kaylee was. So yeah.
Next question. So again, small towns talk. Early on, were there any people that were being like floated around as possible suspects?
Not within our community, no. Everybody lived with somebody, so like everybody went home with somebody or woke up with somebody or texted somebody or called somebody on their way home, and if not, you were home within 5 minutes. So within no one at the university, especially Greek life, was concerned that it was anybody that we were surrounded by. Like, we knew that this was genuinely, we were just scared of an outsider person that came in and did this. So like, that's how secure we were with everybody we were surrounded by, and how honestly kept in check we were, because every fraternity and sorority has security cameras. Majority of us had cameras on our houses, stuff like that.
So there just wasn't really, people weren't like, oh, it could be Jim Bob from, the gas station. I'm just throwing a name out there.
Oh, absolutely not. No, not even close. Because we had some older guys that would frequent Mingles and the Corner Club, but all they would do was stay there. They never did anything super creepy. They were just vocal, dorky old guys with beards that would just hang around and were probably alcoholics and just chilling at the bar. And they would sometimes buy drinks for people that were nice to them. So yeah, no, there was no cross with that.
Have you
So
heard
somebody asked that, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Hey.
Somebody had asked if you weren't like as close to Bethany, so you didn't really like know her as well. What did
Yeah,
was Bethany?
she answered that one
Yeah,
earlier
was
with her
Bethany in the
relationship with
same?
Bethany.
Was she in the same? Because I know they were all in fraternity or sororities. Who was Bethany in the same fraternity? Or God, I keep saying fraternity, sorority as like which girls? Like how does that connect?
Okay, so Kaylee Goncalves was the only gal that was in Alpha Phi sorority. Then you had Maddy Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Dylan Mortensen, as well as Bethany. And okay, all of them were in Pi Phi, but they weren't active members of Pi Phi. So not all of them were active members. So I'm pretty sure that at that point, Xana was not an active member. I'm pretty sure Dylan and Bethany weren't active members. I think Maddie was the only active Pi Phi member of that sorority. And maybe Bethany. Yeah, again, like it was kind of murky waters. There was some sort of issue with the requirements within their sorority about living out, and I know that all of them wanted to live out. So, and it wasn't only their sorority that was dealing with that. I know Alpha Phi was dealing with that as well. So there was a lot of girls that ended up dropping the, I guess, nameplate of the sorority and then just moving in with other sorority members or other gals that dropped, something like that. So
Gotcha.
it, they were all Pi Beta Phis, and Ethan was a Sigma Chi, and then Kaylee Goncalves was Alpha Phi, but that was the main, yeah.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Do you know why they weren't active anymore?
Well, yeah, like I said, it was about the requirements for live-in. They didn't want to live in the house for as long as they were being required to. And live-in is actually more expensive than it is to live out, but it's also harder to get live out when you're living in a house because they want to meet the expense and the amount of people that they need to cover that expense for living in basically a mansion, so that they grant only a few people to live out. So when people drop, then they're not required to pay that amount, and so they're no longer a member. So they don't get to go to the socials, the formals. They don't get to go for meals. They don't have to do chapter, all of the above. But they also don't have Pi Phi like as their history anymore. So they resigned from being that so that they could live.
That's interesting you say that because when the story that we've gotten from interviews and just talking the case was that um, not Bethany, Dylan had invited Kaylee that weekend to be like her +1 to a formal.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm not even sure who had not been an active member. As far as I was
Gotcha.
aware, like
That's what the murky waters
Xana,
was. You don't know
yeah,
who.
like
Yeah.
yeah, like I'm
Gotcha.
pretty sure that the only one that I knew that had been within that, oh, I might drop, I might not, was Xana. And like she was who I was friends with. Like she was my main friend. I was friends with her and I was friends with Hunter Chapin. And so that was like my main.
I could totally see why.
Yeah. And so like I understood that that was going on. I also knew because of my high school best friend who was in Alpha Phi, who I was communicating with during that time period, she was also dealing with the whole, should I drop, should I not? Because I want to live out, but I don't want to like lose the sisterhood. So it's hard. It's a hard thing to deal with, but it's also a financial thing. And a lot of people are paying for their own finances when we go out there. So it's a bit hard. So yeah, it's nothing more than what you would expect.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, especially confusing because Bethany was Maddie's little. So it's interesting that they weren't active.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, a lot of it doesn't have to do with the actual sisters and the girls that are involved within the sorority. It could easily do with their nationals and their advisors and the people that are requiring certain things of them. There's also always going to be a bad guy, which is going to be the person that wants to take care of the finances. So if you have to meet a certain quota for keeping your sorority open, then you need a certain amount of people to live in your sorority. And even if you love your sorority and your sisters, but you just like, nope, this isn't what I see for my plan of action for my college experience for these 4 years, there are going to be people that are going to drop. And it doesn't have anything to do with any tips or any arguments, anything like that. It just has to do with honestly just not wanting to conform to the national views and the national requirements of sorority and Pan-Atlantic life, which honestly snaps to them and for being up for that. So it's just basically not conforming, and that's all they really did.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's like a job within itself. That's a lot. I mean, I feel like it's far more complicated than people even realize.
Okay, so I feel like this is kind of floating on the line of, I don't know if it's appropriate to ask, but with you having gone there, was there any talk about the girls being on only F or anything to do with that?
Oh no,
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 okay.
not at all.
It's been a big subject, so thank you
Yeah,
for clearing
no,
that up.
yeah, that's. I mean, I'm sure that I'm sure that if they're even listening to this conversation right now, like, and I mean, my buddy's up in heaven, but like, I swear they'd be giggling to that as well, being like, "Oh my gosh, they actually think we were on OF." So no, no, no.
I mean,
Oh
it would
man.
get you some money. Like, I'm not judging.
I
Uh,
mean, me neither. Listen, they were beautiful girls, and if they
Absolutely.
felt comfortable in their skin, more power to
Yeah, no
them.
judgment at all. That's just been something I've been like really curious about myself. So you're
Yeah,
you're a wealth of knowledge. I really appreciate you.
yeah. No, I mean, none of them. I'm not saying none of them would have done well, but I know that none of
Right.
them did that. You know.
okay. A couple people were asking if you know Emma Bailey.
No, not personally. No.
Okay. Do you know of Emma Bailey?
I know of a Emma Bailey, but I'm not quite sure because we have a couple of Emma Baileys, so I only know of like actually one of them.
I guess the one that you were saying earlier was more so Bethany's friend. I think she, I think she said that earlier.
Oh, I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah. Again, and it's more about like, oh, I know of their name, I know what they look like, but I don't know anything about them.
What about Enan Harsh?
Ooh, no, not at
Oh
all.
my God. I did see that in the chat earlier too.
No idea who that is.
Well, he lived right. He lived really close to there as well. So he's kind of a very interesting character in the story. And he did some very bizarre interviews very early on, but he had said he got home at 4 in the morning, and at that point, nothing was going on. It was quiet. So, um,
Um, I
he
hate to
seems
ask
like a
this.
very
There was
colorful.
actually a guy that interviewed recently after it was on TV that I had a random interference with, and he lived at the Browns, which is basically that brick building with the yellow paint. Was he interviewing like in front of that, and did he have like I don't know,
He
like
was in,
a
I think he was interviewing more so like in his apartment, like via Zoom. I know the guy that you're talking about, he had come out, he was standing outside and he had talked about the girls and people suspected something about his mannerism, like just made people feel weird. And he was getting like talked about a lot. But this Enon Harsh is, if you've seen his interview, girl, you would know. He's very like eclectic and kind of like goofy and he said one night he was cooking with wine and he brought the bottle of wine down to the girls and
um Yeah, no, I actually, that's exactly who I'm referring to, the Ian
oh
Harsh guy.
really?
So yeah, I just looked him up and that's the same dude. So the only occurrence that I actually had with him was at the apartment that it was 1119. And it's like literally straight down the way. There was this dude when my friend Sophia, she had a couple of people in from out of town. Sorry if you can hear my cat, she's really vocal. But there was a guy that decided to, I guess, drive them home. They were very intoxicated. They were from CDA and they were not from out of town. Like they were not from in town. And so they just asked this random dude who decided to drive them to the apartment. And I was literally inside of the apartment. I was probably, I think, the only one that was sober, because I'm pretty sure that the other person, yeah, no, I was the only one that was sober, and I was hanging out in the apartment, and this dude just walks in, and it was him. It was this Enan guy, and he just straight up walked in, walked to the back, and I was like, what the actual heck is going on? And then he walked back and he goes, have you seen Sarah? And I go, yeah, what do you need? And he goes, well, she left her Borg, which is basically just like this water jug that's like half water, half like juice, and then a little bit of alcohol, and then they just write some stupid name on the front and they call it a Borg. And he had decided that after dropping them off, he was going to come back, walk into the house without knocking, and drop off this Borg, which he didn't even have in his hand. So I was actually one of the first people to say, hey, this happened, and then he went on interview, and that was that dude, and he creeped me out. But then they basically fully cleared him.
What?
So yeah, they fully cleared him. So he had done something super creepy before the event even happened, and he was somebody that they fully looked into, but they also fully cleared him because I think that he's just not socially there and wanted attention, and figured
Whose
that
board
because
did
he
you
was
say it
up,
was?
not a
Sarah's.
no, she was an out of town gal. You wouldn't know her. She was like, so the
Well,
gal
it
that
just
he was
did
Yeah,
you
following.
no,
read
no,
where
I
it
was
said
just saying.
that? Yeah, it said that Xana drank which I mean I know like you're saying that's a common thing, but it said that Xana drank a Borg the night of.
Oh
Maddie
yeah, well yeah,
was
Borg.
telling the story about her like Sarah, her friend Sarah had gotten a ride from him, and
Oh,
he
okay,
just
okay. I missed that
had
part. I'm
walked
sorry. I'm
into the
sorry.
house after dropping them off, just walked into the house and walked to the back of the house and asked if Sarah was there, and then said um she left her Borg. But what she's saying is like he was like weird. First of all, like that's super weird, girl, to just
Yeah, it
walk
is.
in and then say she left her Borg and not even have it in his hand. Like what?
Did you report that to law enforcement?
Oh, 100%. And it was the night of. I literally called them like right after, and I said, hey, there's something that went on. They came to the house, they reported it. They said that they checked him out because I said that he drove up to his apartment, and they checked him out that night, and they basically came back and they were like, yeah, no, he was definitely out of it. They fined him for like DUI because obviously we said that he was driving and he had a dash cam and he had been driving under the influence, which I wasn't with those gals, but he got in trouble for that without even realizing it. So
Wait, he got a DUI?
they said that he was under the influence. I'm not sure if he was doing something, but he was doing
Right,
something
right.
weird. He had gone in the apartment. That was the last time I heard anything of it. And then I had reported him that night, and then obviously when everything went down, I was like, there was this one dude before we knew anything about BK. It was just like there was this one dude that did
Your
this,
spidey
and I
senses were
reported it right
tingling.
off. Yeah, and I was like, this happened. And they even afterwards they were like, yeah, no, we looked into it, we cleared him. They had multiple reports of this dude. I think he's just creepy guy. So
But they told
How?
they. Sorry, Tanya.
Sorry. No, that's okay. I just wanted to. I think I missed like how close to the events this happened. I know you said it was
ooh,
before, but
it was within like 3 months of it happening.
gotcha. No, that would have like totally sent like red flags for me
Oh,
too.
100%. Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
I would like right away. I was like, okay, there's this experience that I let you guys know about, and then they even went back and they were like, oh yeah, we have all the information. They checked everything. They deep checked this dude specifically because he gave me the creeps, and I was like, okay, well, I don't want this dude hanging around because I also was the person that told him to get the fuck out. So excuse my
Yeah.
language, get
Good for
the
you.
Did law
stink out. And so yeah, that's why I was like, okay, we're reporting him. And then I reported him, then I reported him again. They were like, okay, just want you to be aware, like we cleared him, you're totally
Well,
safe, don't have to worry
yeah,
about
that
him.
was going
So
to be my next question is if you felt like they had done enough to look into him,
they did, yeah.
because yeah, because that would have, made me feel a particular way. And then, when you watch his interviews on TV or online that accompanied with your actual personal experience with them, like that's a big hard no for me.
Oh, it's a big hard no, but if you think about the kind of guy that says, "Where's my hug?" and then you rewatch it, then it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I get it.
Like it's just like he doesn't get enough attention, which there's different versions of that. There's the desperate, like, give me attention for everything I'm doing kind of version, and then there's the revenge kind of version, So,
Yeah.
So, how soon was it after you made that complaint that they cleared him? Do you know?
it was within a week.
Hmm.
And I had reported him, like, I think 2 days after the event, once I
Because
basically
because
mentally got there.
have you ever heard any of the girls make comments about him? Because he said that he had met them and he lived right there. Like, had you ever heard anything from them about him before?
No, I honestly think that he is just kind of gliding on some make-believe rainbow right now because he's getting this attention from all these random questions. And I'm not disvalidating any of it. I'm just saying I just think that he's getting way too much attention for something that he's absolutely not a part of just because he's a creepy individual that makes girls uncomfortable in Moscow, Idaho.
Yeah. Oh,
He's
like
been
that's like
cleared by the FBI, by the Idaho State Department, by Latah County. So, like he's really not worth in my time, my opinion. He's really not worth my time, and I don't really
yeah.
think that he's worth answering those questions. Yes, I recognize him. Yes, he's creepy, and I've experienced something, but he was fully cleared, and that was proven to
No,
me, and he's
yeah.
just not worth it. He just seems like he's pushing for attention.
Well, yeah, I mean, he kind of like dropped off. I mean, he was like up in the front of, all these interviews for like a hot minute. And then, I mean, I haven't seen him or heard anything from him for a long time.
Hey, I have a question. Without you saying any names, but is there anybody that is being talked about in the town where it seems like they're more of a suspect than Bryan ever is?
Short and simple, no. No, not at all. There's literally no talk, there's no discussion, there's nobody that feels that way about anybody, and it's been 2.5 years, and that's been a consistent thing. So
do you all feel safe that they've got the right person?
yeah, no, I'm pretty confident that they have the right person. There's just no doubt in my mind that they would make that mistake with how dedicated every single person in our town was to figuring everything out. Like there was people donating money to the Latah County Police Department so that we could help figure this stuff out that weren't even related or even knew about these people in the first place. So
Wait,
yeah, there's
can you say that again?
like there was just people that were helping out the community service when we were trying to help the community after we figured out the events, where we were just like people that were donating to the family and were donating to just the Latah community so that we could get more information and support the families more when everything was going down. So there are people that were a part of that small town community that wanted to help, and that was
Yeah,
just
everyone came together.
yeah, that was the epitome of it. It's not some conspiracy or anything bigger than you'd expect. It's just people wanting to help everybody and being like, holy crap, this did not just happen in this community. We need to
I
band
mean,
together,
that
which is
makes
exactly what
sense.
happened.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, when you look at any, like, 9/11, anything like that, it's kind of one of those like situations where like you have to come together and, you know.
I just have never heard that people were giving Moscow PD money. That is what kind of threw me with your statement that that was going on. So,
Yeah.
I got
It's not
another.
like they were bribing people with money, but
I know it's just a very odd thing that people would be sending the police department money. Like I understand helping the community, but I don't think that that's normal
I think it's
practice.
important to note that like Moscow is a small town, so they don't have a lot of resources, especially for the crime that happened. So like this is something that's like unprecedented in that town because I don't think that they've ever had something so horrific happen on this scale. So I think that might be why
Yes.
that
I
people are funding them. So.
No, I get that. But, what happens is if Moscow can't afford it, then the state picks up the bill. That's just kind of how that process works. I just don't know that it's a normal practice for any type of catastrophic event where the police department is getting sent money. And I haven't heard that. And I've followed the case pretty closely. Feel like if they were getting money, that is something that we would have
Okay,
heard about.
I'm sorry. I just think that you're diving way too deep into a deep end of cement because there's no way deeper you can go. I'm sorry, but I just think that you're reading way too into a comment that was just basically meant to say that the community was banding together and we were trying our best to help solve the actual event that happened rather than figure out a fake conspiracy that has nothing to do with it. So if you have an actual question that has to do with these people's lives and has nothing to do with the conspiracy or Bryan Kohberger's bullshit, sorry, excuse me, bull crap, then I don't really think that you have a floor to stand on. Sorry.
I was just trying to get clarification on your comment. That's all. I wasn't trying to make it a conspiracy or any of that. I was just saying that's not typical.
I think it could go to any level as far as even like donating to the families or donating to the siblings or I mean, I see what you're saying, Kim. Like just banding together as a community, like taking what your comment was for face value.
Let's move on.
I appreciate the response on that, and I understand why asking. But I'm curious on something. During the 911 calls, to me, and to many other people in the comments, it sounds like there was two guys that was in the house. Do you know if that's right? Also, another thing is, do you have an idea, or have you ever heard that there was a lot of people that were in the house, not just outside of the house, but in the house before the police arrived?
I wish that I genuinely knew more, but all I know is it's just as much as you guys do. So I know for a fact that there was only one male that wasn't a part of police that had entered the house just to genuinely understand what was going on, and that was Hunter Johnson. I also know that no one else had seen anything physical, like any of the actual scene. I don't know how to explain that. If anything, they were inching up the stairwell, inching down the stairwell during the actual physical, trying to figure things out. But I don't. It would have been pretty obvious and very aware to us and spread rapidly if anybody had actually seen something or if there had been a lot of people up there. That it's just such a small community, and it's like just like living within a high school that's actually college. I'm not kidding. It just like stuff spreads so quickly, and we didn't know anything about it other than that Hunter basically took one for the team, and he was like the only one that actually entered the house and to figure anything out. So yeah.
Thanks for asking that.
I'm actually glad that you clarified that because so many people have been like really shaming the roommates and like speculating about like why wouldn't they mention like all of the red stuff? It had to have been everywhere. but people are forgetting that Hunter was the one that saw it, and the roommates are the ones that were communicating with the dispatcher. So I'm really glad you brought that up.
Yeah, Hunter did, in my opinion, Hunter did an excellent job. I feel that it was, Hunter who sits there and says, I can't remember what it was, but something along the lines of, get out. People, I've spoke on it several times, with my situation, with what happened with my wife. I mean, it's one of those things. Some people understand what they see, they process it immediately. Some people, it takes time. But yeah, my hat goes off to Hunter and how he handled it respectfully. So yeah, good
Agreed.
kid.
Agreed.
So Ken's got a question. How are you holding up?
Best I can. I think that's, as it's getting closer, you notice more things that trigger you and you try to not let them. But then there's also that point that you're like, okay, well, do I let them affect me? And I just make more awareness to their names and use my effort towards that and standing up for the people that are innocent and, defending the people that I care about and all of that. So I'm doing well. I'm
Good.
okay. It sucks, but
Is this kind of like your first time of talking a lot?
what does that mean?
So, are to speaking about the matter so much and being bombarded with hundreds of questions, and the reason why I'm asking or saying is because I've been there in a trauma situation, and like the worst freaking feeling that I had was that I had a muzzle on my mouth and I couldn't talk to anybody. And it took me, over a year before I could start actually getting things out.
Yeah, no, I agree with you actually. It took me 2 years before I could ever start speaking. And the first time I ever did was when I was going back through my camera roll. And I don't know if you guys ever saw, but that video of it's like a 6-second video that I sent to London's Notebook or something like that, where I was zooming in and you could see the buddies, and then I had just watched Murphy being taken out to the car, and basically someone said, "Whose dog was that?" And then somebody says, "Kaylee's." So that was actually me. That was my video. So that was the first time that I felt confident enough. I was okay, but like we're far enough into the investigation. We're close enough to the trial to where I feel comfortable actually sharing this to somebody that's willing to do facts and willing to provide just straight information rather than make conspiracy out of it and try to wind up people's emotions for views. So that's what I did. And since I've just been more encouraged to stand up for the right thing. So when people are talking crazy conspiracy, if they're beyond help, then I just tell myself that they're just crazy. And then if there's anything I can do where they're curious about the other side, then I might as well provide because, I was there. I care about these people. I know that Danny even she said, I'm going to die young. And she said that years before. So the fact that she said she was going to die young, I mean, it's just like, okay, but that doesn't mean that her memory is ever going to die. So I don't know. That's just the way that my mind works. So I feel good that I'm able to communicate about them because I think about them every single day. And even though I wasn't the closest with any of them, I was still friends with all of them. And so it's just, it's a lot more painful for the people that knew them the best to communicate this way. So if I know them to a point where I feel like I can provide enough sense to who they were, then I might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, I totally feel you on that, and I agree with you, and I think that's wonderful of you saying that Even when someone says, hey, I'm going to pass away young, but your response in your mind is saying, hey, your memory will always live on. So that's great of you to say that and to acknowledge that.
So I have another question. Have you been in their house before? Like, there's a lot of questions about if they had keypad locks on their doors, and it's kind of been like back and forth. Yes, they did. No, they didn't. Is that something you can confirm?
I can't confirm that. I'm sorry. I actually hadn't been in their house. I hadn't been to a party at their house, mainly because when I was involved with partying with anybody there, the girls that were 21 were at the bars, and Xana was with Ethan at Sid and Kai, which is where I was at. So I I really couldn't confirm that for you. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Just another question that has been a topic of conversation often.
Can I ask a question real fast? I know you said, and we were all familiar with that video, so it's kind of cool that you know, you just told us that that was your video. Um, are there any like certain creators that you've talked to or have been talking to since you felt comfortable coming out?
I mean, not particularly. I trust London's content, and it just so happens that we agree on certain things that do have to do with bias, but it doesn't mean that we can't put those biases away and communicate about facts. And I like how she presents certain things, and most importantly, I appreciate how she talks about Dylan and Bethany and defends them. So that's the reason why I trusted her the most. And then, other than that, I think that the only other person that I feel comfortable communicating with at all, which again, it's not like I'm providing crazy information that's going to affect the case whatsoever. It's just more about my experience, and they're just people that care. And the other one is Aaron Teeks, and he is a very, very, very sweet individual that will check up on me, including when I'm not even aware of things that have been released. Like I was at work for a 10-hour day and dealing with just crazy stuff. And, I had opened up my TikTok when I got home, and I noticed I had a message from Aaron that was just basically saying, "Hey, if you need anything, you always have me to talk to. Don't even worry about it. This is really tough. I get it. Blah blah blah." And it was very respectful in everything that he posted regarding the 911 call, and that was really tough when I got home, and it affected me a lot, and it triggered certain things that like it made me cry, and I didn't expect that and all of that. And so it's just there's people that I do trust, and that's London and that's Aaron, but that's about it. And the only reason why is because they care. They genuinely care. They don't do it for the views. They genuinely care, and they do enough research, and they're dedicated to it, just as if they knew them. So that's why I trust and talk to those guys.
Yeah, and I can completely understand that. I mean, I absolutely, I mean, content aside, I absolutely love London, like as a person. Um, I think she's adorable and quirky, and I enjoy her vibe. And Aaron is not so hard on the eyes. um, but aside from that, he's very knowledgeable and gives good perspective. So I can see why they would be comfortable places that you would go to. Does anybody have any other questions?
Do you know do you know much about Jack Showalter? Like, is he somebody that you've spent any time with or know about?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but he's kind of just like drywall. He doesn't. He's just kind of a dude He
Sorry, I didn't
really
mean to laugh so hard at that.
No, it's
You're not the only one that is explained in that way, so.
Like, he's just like drywall. I wasn't expecting it. I'm sorry.
like
I
drywall.
think we
Like
would refer to Aaron as Hot Aaron at this point, kind of like Hot Adam, like it's Hot
You
Aaron.
know?
Sorry, I couldn't find my phone and I had to chime in on that. Sorry.
that's very good. That's very good. I appreciated that one. That's good. But no, but yeah, I don't. Joshua Walter, he's just a dude. Like he was just like, if I'm viewing it outside of everything, he was just some dude. He wasn't the popular guy. He wasn't the super hot guy. He wasn't even the super funny guy. He was just some dude. Just that like mediocre dude. I don't really know how else to explain it. That guy. There's
I
not
think
really.
you explained it perfectly, honestly, because like I'm picturing the footage as you're explaining it, and I feel like it's so fitting.
Yeah, no, he's like that dude. He's like the "where's my hug" kind of dude. You know,
Yeah.
he's nothing more, nothing less. He's just that dude. There's no way that he's a mastermind in any way.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what his major was, but if it wasn't business, then it was general education. So,
He's just here for the Borgs. Oh man, that's funny. Fucking drywall. I'm gonna have to use that one.
I actually love that she brought up the hot Adam thing earlier because I feel like that's such a girl thing to do with like your girlfriends to be like, "Oh, that's hot Adam." And I think it gives us insight to that video that we didn't have before because like hearing them talk about hot Adam like coming from someone who lives in the town, I feel like it kind of like puts to bed all the speculation of like, what did you tell Adam? Because she's just like,
Right?
what did you
They're
tell
gonna
that hot guy? Like you
get
embarrassed
you for
me.
that.
Yeah.
And it
Like
was
they're
like
gonna
her
get you
last
for that.
weekend.
It's
So
like,
what if it was just like, oh, like we've always called you Hot Adam, like ha ha
Right.
ha.
That actually is the first time that that comment has made any bit of sense. So I'm glad that you said that.
that's what
also,
I'm
he is
saying.
seriously
Like
just
they're
like
gonna get
he
you
is.
for that. It makes it so much more innocent than,
And the way she said it, it was
context is
so
key, right?
playful.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
because
that's
like
probably
you know Jacob Elordi, the actor Jacob Elordi.
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so imagine a more pure, sweet version, respectful version of that. Tall, handsome, fit, and he hated being called Hot Adam. He would rather be called Nice Adam, and that is from quote his words. Like he was so attractive by personality and looks that he was called Hot Adam.
Oh my
Like,
god.
no, I'm not even kidding you. And it's so embarrassing because I even said it to his face and I was like, I am so sorry. That's how he was referred to within my sororities. It was hard. Yeah, but that's the realness of it. Like that's who they're you did not just say that to Adam. Because even if they didn't have a crush on him, it's just like, oh, but he's Adam.
Right.
Evan,
I get it. He was that guy.
What's the thing, if you don't mind me asking, and I mean if you don't have an answer, that's fine. But what's the thing that like you're the most curious about like finding out in trial? Or is there like I mean, I'm sure there's stuff that you've wondered about, but if you're comfortable with saying.
I don't know that I'm particularly curious. Well, yeah, I would say the only thing I'm curious about is what they haven't released, which I guess is a lot of information.
Yeah.
But you know, I think that the main thing that I am hoping I get out of trial, because there's obviously a lot that I'm curious about. I can't tell you what I'm most curious about, because if I do so, then I'm thinking about a lot of detail that I really don't need to be or wanting to be thinking about. Um, but one thing I'm hoping that this trial gives and we get from is all the conspiracy theorists to be told wrong. I want everybody to be proved wrong, and the people that are trying to cause harm to those who have lost their lives and to the actual survivors, it's just, I want those people to feel like, okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe that wasn't the best thing for, me to be trying to get traction on, because there's so much proof otherwise. I'm just, I'm curious. I'm hoping it's like a two-parter where I'm just like, I'm so curious about what they don't have, and I hope that what they have will give that kind of effect, because it's, this is a big case, and it's not because of who Bryan Kohberger is. Again, it's because of who the people were killed were, and everyone forgets about that every time when it comes to conspiracy theories or anybody else involved, or
Do
Bryan
you?
Kohberger.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Do you? And I want to ask this in the most appropriate way possible. Everyone has said, and I'm not placing any blame on the roommates, but everyone has said, why did they wait so long? Why did they wait so long to call? Had that been like a topic of conversation at the university or like anything like that?
No, not particularly, because again, like everybody who defends Dylan and Bethany, it's the same thing. When you're in the middle of the night and you probably just got home from a party 1 or 2 hours ago, so you're still at the top of your drunkenness, or even, which if you're up that late, you're probably, I don't know, smoking weed or something. I don't know. But again, that's like, it's such a party community, and it's not crazy judgment. It's just, it's not, like you can judge it as much as you want, but it's not like anything other than what everyone experienced up there at least once or twice. And so I don't know, it's just hard because everyone has their own experiences. I don't really know how to answer that, if that makes sense.
Well,
I can.
you're answering it. I think. Oh, sorry, War Deadpool. I think you're answering it a lot of the ways that a lot of us have thought of it, like the adrenaline, just everything going on. Like, I mean, that's the way you're describing how I feel about it.
Yeah, like I lived in a house that was named Treehouse, and it was a big party house. Like it has been passed down from Delta Gamma to Delta Gamma, and this Adam that you see on the screen right now, actually lived in the basement section during the period of time that the murders occurred. I didn't live in the upper treehouse section, but there's a basement that's like a two-man, and he lived down there during that period of time. So in the house that I lived after the event, he lived underneath it. And so like that's how close the community is. That's how small the community is. And like there were people that came into our house and left our house that I did not recognize. There were times when I came home from class late and we would be hosting a party that we were basically obligated to host, which there was a ton of people who I didn't know. And, sometimes I would walk into my room and I would see people that I didn't know, and I'd be like, get the hell out. And again, sorry for cussing, but again, like there's just things that happen at party houses that you do not expect to happen. There are people that are going to be there that you do not expect to be there. When I was a sophomore, before I lived there, my senior year, I remember a gal that lived there stood up on a table and said, if you do not know who lives here or are not actively sleeping with a person that lives here, then you need to get out. And that was like people left. Like that is the way that they controlled the party, by saying that. So, I mean, again, it's a small community, but there are people that know all the party houses. There was a guy that works in Boise, Idaho, in the Village, just a random restaurant that had been to my house during the time that I lived there, and I had never seen him before in my life. So there being people that could just slip in and out of houses is very, very high. And obviously not now, but before, yes, 100%. And sometimes it still happens, and now it happens with everybody having Ring cameras.
Mm.
One thing I want to go back to is I've stressed this till I'm blue in the face, and I know a lot of people in the comments have stressed it till they're blue in the face, is that people have a different type of response to trauma. And I will say the people who generally sit here and say, like, oh, I would call the cops ASAP, or I would do this in a response, or I'd go and confront, those type of people are usually the people who freeze. I also want to stress that only 50 to 60% call the police immediately in a trauma situation. These are statistics. I'm trying to think of the word. But these are just facts, statistics. But there's fight, there's freeze, there's flight, there's fawn, and there's many other ones as well. So, and I have been one, not because I was in a freeze or a fawn or anything like that, but I have been there due to discussing with other people why it waited for almost 12 hours until the police were involved. Why my wife didn't talk to the police for hours even after that. But yes, I cannot stress enough that people respond totally different, and only 50% end up contacting the police immediately. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of getting tired of having to explain that to people.
Well, I'll be the first to say thank you because you're awesome for saying that. Because if anybody expects the first uncomfortability being, oh yeah, the person I love the most is just being brutally murdered in the next room, then the oftenness of that, they would just be fully admitted to a psych ward. So,
Right. Yeah. It's just, I can't stress it enough. And I actually took Psychology 101 when I went to school to be a vet tech. That's one of the classes. So I understand brief moments of that. I've been 2 years into therapy. The type of brain that I have, I always joke with people that I have 32 different types of personalities and one that takes over because of the way that I analyze things. With that being said, when my therapist is talking to me, I think about it in her role of what she's having to do and actually understanding things like that and that situation. But yes, I hate it for Dylan. I hate it for Bethany. If anybody who is bothered or upset with them waiting 8 hours. And waiting 8 hours, I'm going to be honest, waiting 8 hours is not something that's a dramatic long time to call the police. So I don't know. I'm not a fan of that question, and I know that some people have never heard my response to that, but I just can't stress it enough.
I like that Ken's brought that up though, how she said like you're not going to automatically assume that, because here's the thing, even if like obviously Dylan did see the person who was in the house, you're not going to automatically think, oh, everybody is getting attacked. At the most you would think, oh, there's a stranger in my house. But like I think they've made it very clear that this is not a house that was like locked down and like, you know, you needed to like, I just feel like people are forgetting that, like, the back door didn't even have a lock. Like, I'm sure people came in and out of that house all the time. And also, the thing that bothers me is, like, even if you think that it's weird that they didn't call 911, you have to remember that, like, they had nothing to do with it. So even if they had called 911 right away, it would not have changed anything about the outcome of what happened to their roommates. So I get really frustrated by that too, because I'm just like so sick of people being like, oh, this is what I would have done. I would have been the hero. I like so many people are like that, and I feel like it's not fair to them. It's just really not fair.
Well, I am going to say that I'm going to be completely honest because people have heard me talk on lives. I have questioned the roommates. I hold myself accountable for the things that I say, and I have speculated on the roommates. And I think when it comes to the case and the discussions that we all have, I think it's I think that it's normal for someone to want to have to get their thoughts out, right? I'm a person where when I'm thinking something, I have to get it out. And for good, bad, or indifferent, if somebody agrees with me or not, I'm honest with myself and I'm honest with the people that I talk to. And so when I feel things don't feel right, I speak on it. And it's for a matter of conversation when it comes to the case. It's wanting to understand something that I might not understand. And I completely understand. I completely get why people would say you don't know what you would do. Um, I'm still always going to wonder. And I argued this last night. It's not the 911 that I really cared so much about. I have wondered, and I'm going to be completely honest. I'm still going to wonder after this live why they didn't at least call friends. And so, just for full transparency, that's where I've been with the roommates. Um, Talking to you, Kens, I think that you give a lot of perspective, and I really appreciate this conversation and this live tonight because it is helping me look at things from different angles. Um, you know, but just like you said, we don't know what we don't know, and there's still a lot of things we don't know about this case. And I can't help but question and want to have conversations about the things I don't know. And, not that I'm owed to the understanding of it, but the way I am, I like to talk and get perspective from my peers to maybe find some understanding somewhere in the gray area. And I hope everybody can, respect that about me. I will
No, I
be
get what
more
you're
careful
saying.
moving forward, with maybe how hard I go at my thoughts. I'm a passionate person and I go off on tangents just like I'm doing now. But
No, I feel like it's normal though what you're saying, and I'm glad you're saying it because I feel like all of us kind of at first, at least for me, like when everything first happened, I feel like I was like, how did the roommates not call? Now, I just feel like it's not as black and white as like we want to think in our minds. I feel like we have context now that I feel like Dylan and Bethany did not have. So I feel like yeah, she look okay, because here's the thing, if she didn't hear yelling or screaming or whatever, she could have just written it off in her mind. And because like I said before, like I don't think that you're going to automatically assume what happened to them happened to them. So I think that in Dylan's mind, she probably was scared. She saw someone in her house that she didn't know who it was, but she didn't, I'm sure she didn't see the sharp thing. I'm sure she didn't see red stuff. Like, she didn't have the context that we have now. So that's like one of the things that I'm just trying to keep in mind. So
Yeah, no, I appreciate the perspectives from everybody. And Ken's, I hope, you know, I respect you a lot, and you know, I hope you can understand where I'm coming from as well. You know, I know that some of the conversations about the roommates and about the case are uncomfortable. So, you know, just as much as everybody is, you know, giving you the support, I hope that you can understand where I'm coming from when I have the conversations. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I hope you can understand why we would question some of the things that we do.
I
You
know.
have a different
I
angle
fully
because
get it.
you know, I appreciate you saying that. I hope, you know, what I'm saying is not, you're not feeling any type of way or disrespected by it. I just, you know, they're we don't know so much, and so I think that there's got to be a little bit of wiggle room. Um, I can completely understand not being okay with like completely slandering, but I think there does have to be a little bit of wiggle room with this, right? Because I mean, it's just I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't
no,
know.
I agree with you. It's just traumatic. It's hard. It's
Yeah.
unfathomable, you know. And I'm not even sitting here saying, "Oh yeah, he's 100% guilty," because I don't even know that. I don't know anything. I just know what I know. I mean, we all know what we know. Like there's no way that I know more than what you guys know. You
Right.
know, it's just it's hard because um you you know, like you have your own opinions. You can feel closely with, you know, not being able to express your emotions very well or feeling, you know, unable to connect with women very well. And you're just like, I'm not trying to categorize anybody, but I can understand why people try to, you know, fathom every perspective possible, including, you know, I don't know how else to explain it without being a little bit biased, which I apologize for because I don't intend to, but I but I respect and understand and I appreciate everybody's perspective, even if it's not what I agree with. It's just that you know everybody deserves to have their points taken seriously, and if you're backing it up with fact, then I think that you should have a little bit more time to express those facts rather than opinions because you know, every a-hole has opinions, but it doesn't make them true. So if you're backing things up with fact and on evidence and stuff like that, then your opinion then can come as a second hand outside of the facts, not your opinion and then the facts. So, you know,
100%. And that's how I've really tried to approach this. Honestly, I do a lot of fact-based speculation, and then my opinions come with, you know, just looking at it as a whole. And it's not for me, you know, when I specifically talk about the roommates, I can only go off of, you know, I've had traumatic experiences as well. So I know how I react in trauma. And I know what my friendships and my relationships are like with my friends, or, you know, I've had roommates before, and, you know, when you live in those close quarters. So I'm basing my opinions off of my experiences. And so my reaction to trauma can be different from somebody else's, but, you know, it's I think that it is, I think the grand scheme of things is we all just want justice for these four seemingly amazing, and I say seemingly because I don't know them personally. Only you can attest to that here in this room, even. But we all want justice for these amazing people. And I think we all have to keep our fingers crossed that he is the right person and justice is served.
Yeah, and I think it's also important because it's like Ken's actually knew them, so it does give us a different perspective because it's probably easier for us to, you know, think that certain things look weird, but for her, she's like, well, I actually knew them, so there's absolutely no way, you know? So, yeah.
So, I'm with you, Tiny, and I understand. One thing I'll say too is like when someone doesn't understand something or doesn't have knowledge of something, it's definitely understandable to why someone's mind questions. And I think it's a good thing when people question things, regardless what conspiracy you're getting into, you know. I mean, I find it interesting for the Coke can thing, for someone to be holding a Coke can like that. I find it interesting. I question these things. I question a lot. Y'all know that. So I think it's very very understandable to question. What are you saying, Lord to Body? There also do want to say they're not the Coke can. Oh, okay. But anyhow, there is one person who wants to come back. That's Mike. And I do know that there was a couple other people. Morgan wanted to come up as well. So if there's a couple of people who would like to, then yeah, you can.
I mean,
I'll drop down so somebody else can come up.
feel free to kick me if you want to kick me and
I can also step
freshen up
down.
the.
I'm happy to hop down too.
War, close your eyes and randomly kick.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
I don't want to sit here and kick someone. Yeah, I wish I can't change the panel. Not on here. All right, so there it is. All right, so Mike, there you are. And then Morgan wanted to come up.
And War, I just want to thank you for hosting this live. I think it's been great. I think it's been informative. Ken's, again, I'll repeat it. I keep saying it, but mad respect to you for being up here and answering the hard questions and allowing us in, you know, into the know. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Tiny. I appreciate you. And like I said at the beginning of the night, I appreciate the fact of when you get diving into stuff, you pull up the documents, you know, and go there. So as well as everyone else who's been here throughout the night, I haven't witnessed anybody that I didn't like. So, but yeah, I appreciate it, Tiny.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for letting us have this conversation. And I agree. Thanks, Kins, for being here and answering the questions.
Yeah, it was pretty fantastic. I thought I was listening to most of it. So I was seeing different, didn't get grounded out by the heavy rain.
It's really hard to hear you, Mike.
It is.
Yeah, really, really hard.
I charged everything up. How's that? Any better?
Yeah.
I have an ongoing problem, so I apologize. But I wanted to bring up some of the medical stuff, but I can not bring it up if it's going to change the nature of the discussion because it's been so good. Because it's all new information, I think. So what are your thoughts about that? Do we have time to do that, or do you want me to table it?
Here's where I'm at. Like, I don't mind it. I think the hardest thing is, and I'm going to just be point blank honest, is that it's so hard to hear you. I'm going to send you a new phone, man. That's my determination. I'm going to get you a new phone.
It's okay. It'll be fixed in a couple days. But I can just we can just talk about it another night.
I can hear you a lot better right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
keep doing what you're doing. I don't know. Every once in a while, it's like a lot more clear.
I think it's the Wi-Fi connection as
Mm.
well as my microphone. I think I got it wet, believe it or not. We've talked about this stuff so much. I was walking around the house a lot doing the dishes. I think I just got a little bit of water on the bottom of the phone where my microphone is.
Mike, stay where you're at. Do not move.
Okay. I'm frozen. I'm in a frozen shock phase right now. So, yeah, but I'm serious though. It was pretty informative tonight. It's rare that we get someone that
There you
has a local opinion, and so it was fascinating. I thought. Um, so anything I bring up, I think it's going to be counterintuitive or something if I didn't just make up a phrase. And I don't want to be that person. You know, we've had enough conflict around. My fear is that just mentioning some of the stuff that's in the documents now, and I'm certainly no expert, but it's starting to come down to documents and even wording in the documents, and it's frustrating.
Yeah, that's why I'm constantly reading the documents.
Mm-hmm.
I sound like Charlie Brown's parents.
Kinda.
Is that what you?
So I have another question if I can. Um, Kins, it looks like there's a lot of white Hyundai Elantras registered in that area. Does it seem like there's a whole lot more white cars than I would say in a normal area?
I mean, I don't really know how to answer that question. I feel like statistically, I think that white cars are probably one of the most common colors of cars. I also know that Elantras and smaller vehicles, in that sense, are much more common amongst college students. So it's kind of hard to say because, yeah, of course, there's going to be white Elantras, but you can't really determine who's owning them. There's also quite a few white vehicles, but I wouldn't say that I'm looking down Greek Row or looking at the Kippy Dome or the back parking and saying that, yeah, there's 10 times more white vehicles than there are any other color.
Yeah, I know it's probably a silly question. It's just one of those things that when we looked up how many white Elantras there was, it was like 22,000, which to me would feel like that would be the entire town would be driving a white car.
Oh, no, I fully understand. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. I think that they're probably using that as also smaller towns that are surrounding, so they could easily be using,
Oh yeah, for sure.
all the towns surrounding, like Genesee and Lewiston and even Pullman. So
Wow.
I just, as far as I have been there for over 4 years, which it was 4.5, which I just recently moved back to Boise, so not up there now, but it's not like there's a crazy white car epidemic going on up there.
It's because it's actually one of the least distracting cars to drive, the colors. Mm-hmm. It's lower on car insurance.
So, one thing I do want to share, I pulled it up on the site. So, number one, white is the most popular one. Also, when asked the question about Idaho, in their percentage-wise of the population, white is the most popular car color in Idaho, according to 29.7% of vehicles. The percentage is higher than the national average, as white is the most popular color in 45 out of 50 states, with market shares ranging blah, 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 blah. Therefore, Idaho's percentage of white is relatively high compared to many other states. So
Yeah.
all the other states range from 21.4 to 30.9, and Idaho's percentage is all the way up at 29.7. So, great question.
Yeah, no, that is a great question because honestly, like I've been born and raised in Idaho, and the amount of white cars we see, like I remember mentioning even before, I was like, I don't know, because I feel like white car is the most common color, and I've been born and raised in Idaho, so that makes a lot of sense. So I'm pretty used to seeing a lot of white cars. So, Idaho being a part of that, it just makes a lot more sense, if that makes sense. It's easier to fit in if you think about it.
For sure. Yeah, it just seemed like there was just a very big number of white vehicles around there, which seemed, I don't know, not conspiratorial. I'm just saying I think it's interesting there's so many white vehicles.
Oh yeah, it's really weird. It's just like our weather.
Dude, I love y'all's weather. If I could convince my wife to move up there, I would go to Idaho.
It's so bipolar. It's so bipolar. I was working one day and it was completely sunny, like really, really sunny, and then all of a sudden it started snowing for 30 minutes, and then it became sunny again.
That's awesome. And the amount of snow y'all get is off the charts.
Yes.
Except for this year.
Except for this year, yeah. This year we're just getting random snow days for 20 minutes at a time.
Yeah, it's so El Nino, whatever it is, it's in that cycle. I always say like every 6 to 8 years, and it may last a few years, that areas get different types of weather, and I feel that Idaho is right in this stage. I question if next year will be like that, but I think that by the time of 2027 that it's going to be back to normal of y'all's chaos amount of snow that's going to dump.
Yeah, we had a snowmageddon not too long ago.
We get those I'm in Oregon. We get those every, a few times a winter.
So, Jay was saying, that it's a rumor, by the way, Jay, and anybody else who's wondering, it's a rumor that Bryan has an alibi of stargazing. There's nothing actually out there publicly that he said anything at all, really. But if he was stargazing, there is still things that you can stargaze. I do a lot of it. And in November, there's a lot of things in that area. The biggest one is probably, honestly, the Milky Way at that time of year. Is a big one to look into. Now, on that night, there was the ice fog. However, with the ice fog, you can still see some stuff. And if you really, really get into weather, when you have ice fog, there's a thing called pillars. And it looks like they're coming from the ground, and it's lights. What it is reflections from, just street lights. But it'll make it look like it's a pillar that goes, 500 feet, 1,000 feet into the air. It's really cool to see. So
that sounds amazing.
That does sound amazing.
Yeah, I really get into stuff like that, as well as like even talking about Antarctica. So yeah. Allie, you might be old.
I mean, I'm just
I
mixed.
looked it up. It's really amazing, actually. I just Googled that. It's honestly stunning.
I was just gonna say, like, this is just something to think about if we're still considering the crime in perspective. I mean, everybody loves stargazing. In particular, I prefer stargazing over like going to the ocean because I know that that's a common question. Oh, which would you prefer? And as a local to Moscow, the first place that you're suggested to go to is this place called On Top of the World, which is just almost right on the brink of Moscow. Once you get through those mountains and you're like right in Moscow, like once it becomes flat, those twisty little roads that you're on. And it's right up on the hill, and you can see over the town, and it's not too bright. But if you're in Moscow at all around that area, you can't see the stars. You genuinely just can't because there's way too many house lights that are going on. Especially on a Saturday night, it just doesn't make much sense. It's Friday or Saturday nights, even Thursdays, doesn't make much sense as to why you would go stargazing those nights, because if I was going to do that, I'd probably do it earlier in the week where people are studying and there's not as many lights on and there's not people that are up late and all of that, because especially if you do that as a habit near that area, I think that you'd probably be pretty attuned to the fact that it's not you can't really see stars over there, and if you were trying to hang out near the stars, you would be hearing a bunch of drunk kids screaming, and I doubt you want to hear that. So I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Because yes, I could totally understand that, and I agree with you that on the weekends, that's when you're going to pull away. When I used to live on a lake, I'm right there with you. On Friday and Saturday nights, it was rare that I would go out to look at the stars unless I was going to a location where there was no lights in the area, and maybe I was showing some friends some stuff. Like when there is certain types of comets and stuff that are coming by, then I would take the boat and I would go to somewhere that's a dark location. But yeah, I agree with you. But for the record,
honestly,
there's no alibi of him saying that that's what he was doing.
yes, he was just driving in the early hours, is what it says. But I live on the East Coast, and I mean, we don't see a ton of stars. Obviously, super close to big cities, and we've got a lot of pollution. But I did live out in Utah, and I was completely blown away by how many stars there actually were in the sky. It was nothing I had ever experienced. It's There's billions. It was insane.
Yeah,
So I can see if you live in an area like that, I would be stargazing every night, honestly.
yeah. When I went to Utah, I was on Utah 12, which if anyone's ever looking for a vacation, let me just tell you, Utah 12 is the #1 most scenic road out there. Take it from Zion and go all the way to Arches. You will thank me because every 30 miles changes. Anyhow, when I was out there, I remember just like sitting there being like, this is insane. The amount of
Insane.
stars that were out here. Yeah, that was the first time I went to Utah.
Yeah, yeah, it was insane.
And a lot of people they don't realize you can see the Milky Way with your naked eye. Because of Utah, it drawn me to understanding that, but I started understanding that when I came back to Georgia, that I was able to see the Milky Way from there. I know we're getting on a side topic. But.
Well, when I lived there, when I lived out in Utah, because of how many stars, I was just so enamored by it. I had like all these apps, the star mapping on my phone, and it was one of my favorite things to do, honestly. So the whole going around and driving and stargazing, I don't know. I know a lot of people laugh at it, but I don't. Standing up for him, I promise. I'm just saying that is not something, and he's from, East Coast here, so I don't doubt that that's something he would have done.
So, I'm going to throw it out there. I've been live for 6 hours and 45 minutes. If someone else wants to start up a live, you can announce it. People can go there. But I'm going to end up ending this, and it's just because I think we're at a really good high point. Everybody's on good conversations. There's not really any drama going on, so but I would definitely like to say, huge shout out to everybody who's come up here with asking questions, being engaging, as well as getting really great information out there. Ken's, huge shout out for you, and
Thank you, Kens.
I'm definitely proud of you for talking. Like I said, I was there with knowing what it was like having a muzzle on your face, and it was the stupidest thing. I look back on it and I'm like, why did I put this muzzle on my face? I wish I would have talked from the get-go, because I haven't heard anything that you said tonight that would have, messed up the case, even if you would have started talking that day. And so yeah, I'm definitely proud of you. Keep talking. You already know. You've probably been doing it for a minute, but just keep talking, and it will tremendously help you. So huge shout out to you. Thank you, Tiny. Thank you, Sister.
Thank you.
All of y'all, everyone else who came up, I greatly do appreciate y'all. But I'll let y'all say y'all's goodbye before I end it.
Yeah, just again, thank you for having me up. Thank you, Kens, for allowing me to ask you questions and having this conversation with all of us. I sure as heck learned a lot, and I appreciate it.
I second what Tiny just said. Thank you for having the conversation. And hopefully, maybe you can encourage some of your other friends that maybe are feeling like maybe you can encourage them to also speak out, to really help fight that battle for Xana and Maddie, Ethan, and Kaylee, because that's who matters the most.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate everybody that allowed me to speak and listened. It is a personal battle. It truly is. So as much as I can express it to my friends, they already know it. They already want to. It's just a personal battle. It's just about finding the right time and the confidence and the ability to talk. So when they find the time, they will, and I think that it's coming up, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. I have that feeling in it. So I just appreciate everybody giving me the chance to speak, letting me speak, just hearing me out. So thank you very much.
All right, everyone.
Yeah, I hope this was therapeutic for you, in a sense, to be able to speak their name in
very much
the
is.
positive
Thank you.
lights that you have. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was just saying it very much is, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Of course.